Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so this is Paper Mario. I am starting, like this is not the beginning of the game, but I want to get started in showing like some of the basic mechanics. So, you've got your normal moveset, like Mario can walk around, run around. The fastest way to move around in the game is to spin. And you can see like whenever you spin, there's kind of like that cooldown at the end. And so to get around that, the way you'll see movement go is people will be spinning and then jumping at the end, which kind of like cancels that. And so that's like the basic way that you want to get around. But beyond that, this show is about glitches, right? So one of the probably the biggest thing that as far as like glitches go in this game is just getting out of bounds and doing stuff with that. And so in this room, this is really good to show how the out of bounds mechanics actually work. And so I'm actually gonna, actually, real quick before I do that, I should probably mention I am playing on like our newly released practice ROM, which again, if you saw a ZFG show, it might look kind of similar. It's based on the same like tool chain basically. But this is just gonna help me with showing off the glitches. It's gonna help me like warp around. I can do like a levitate code. Just going to be really helpful for demonstrating things. And so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hop up here, load position. And so the way that out of bounds works in this game, let me pop up a coordinate menu here. You can see that Y coordinate, that's how high Mario is up. And right now we're about like a little over 1,000 units up. Now, if you walk off the edge, you can see Mario doesn't actually go the whole way down. He'll actually start popping. He'll actually... So what happens is Mario starts falling, and then after about 1,000 units, the game just assumes, oh, you've been falling for a while, you must be out of bounds. Let's kind of shoot you back up in the air to see if we can find anything there. And so if you watch the Y coordinate, you see it goes down to about 100, but it's going to shoot up to probably like 10 or 20,000. I think it, or what's the thing? Oh, but it's high. Yeah, like you go really high. Yeah, it briefly goes above 20,000. And then once you've been going up for long enough, the game assumes, okay, there's just nothing there. I'm going to put you back at the last known location where you were on the ground, which is where we are. And you can kind of see that it is timer based because if I like do a spin jump off the edge here, you actually do make it the whole way down. So it's not like, it's not based on the actual coordinates. But what else another thing you can do with this though is you can maneuver out of bounds from one location to the other. So if you were to actually come up to land as you're like going back up. So if I were to like kind of walk off the edge here and then you see I'm gonna like shoot back up but beneath the ground. If you hit ground when you're shooting back up, you get to stay there. And so a lot of glitches in this game involve like getting out of bounds, falling from one place, and then like coming back up at another. And so the first thing that I want to show with that is one of the first tricks that you would see in a speedrun. And actually I have this like handy menu to help me warp to different places. So this is Prologue. This is like right at the end. You see there's like the black toes over here. They prevent your progress. You're supposed to talk to them, go talk to Merlon, and then he'll like reveal that, oh, they're actually the Koopa Bros, and then now you can go on. And you can see like if I try and move, there's an invisible wall behind them that doesn't let me go. But there's a couple things.
Right
what's that?
I'm so happy right now.
But yeah, so there's a couple things you can do to get around them, and I'm actually going to show a couple different ways. First, I'm going to show an outdated method. This isn't actually done in runs anymore, but it used to be. So one method, first we have to get out of bounds. So one thing that we can do is NPCs can actually like push you out. And so if I'm walking over here, I jump 2 times. So now this NPC is really close to me. He wants to push me away, but there's a wall in the way. One thing you can do to get around that is if you hammer. So whenever you hammer, you can't move. So the game assumes it just doesn't bother like doing collision checking. But the NPC, even when you're in the state, can still push you. So if I just kind of hammer and then jump, I'm out of bounds. And so we can just kind of walk around here. And then so I'm going to come down here and I'm going to just kind of stand on the edge of the world. You can see like if I walk off, I'll just fall, shoot back up, and then come back to where I started. But and I'm going to save position in case.
Wait, who was that below there?
Oh yeah, that's yes. So that is actually the way that this game handles like NPCs that it's not like using right now is in most cases it just stores everything 1,000, like all the NPCs that it's not currently using 1,000 units below the ground. That'll actually be relevant, not for a while, but later, a while later.
So that was the Koopa Bros and one of the flower what are they called? The flower guys.
Like the bubbles. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, bubbles. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. So, like, if the black toads would be revealed, then it actually just teleports. It's faster than loading. It can just load everything at once, and so then it can just teleport the Koopa Bros up to, you know, for the illusion to like, oh, they're actually the Koopa Bros. Okay, but back to this is called Black Toad Skip. So what you can actually do is if I jump, I'm going to jump. I'm going to hold down a little bit, then hold back up a little bit, just to kind of like get around the world. And you see, I just landed on the other side. But I am actually still out of bounds. You can see I'm kind of like on the edge. Still, if I were to walk back in bounds, like then I'm back. But most rooms, there are some notable exceptions, but most rooms are surrounded by one-sided collision. So like you can't walk out, but you can walk back in. And the placement of like where the walls are makes it so that if you do get out of bounds, most rooms have like what we call a seam, which is just like a little out of bounds area where you can maneuver around. And there's a lot of seam walking in Paper Mario speedruns. All right, so if I now this is like kind of difficult. There's a reason they don't do this method anymore, besides the fact that it's slower. But yeah, if I just kind of walk along this edge, my controller happens to have a really good notch for this, so I can just kind of walk most of the way. Oh, well, that's why I'm in saving position.
Oh.
And I'm just kind of hammering here because it makes it easy to like stop moving without, accidentally pushing the analog stick in a weird direction.
Right. I was gonna ask like the easiest way to make sure that you're staying like on this edge here.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And then also like if you can, it's better to err on the side of like falling out of bounds, because if you pop back in bounds, you have to like go the whole way back around to get back out of bounds. Okay. Whereas if you just fall, you're still there. Okay. All right. And so if I just kind of get around here, and I think it's the best way is just pop under here, and I messed it up. But basically you can kind of like jump around here and then like land in the loading zone if I do it right, which I'm not currently doing it right. Okay, well you get the idea though. So you would like kind of just jump and then you can land behind them. But let me show off a better method of what you can do. Same deal with like NPCs being able to push you out of bounds. If I just kind of, you have to wait for this toad to get in the right position. If I just kind of spin down here and hammer when the toad's in the right position, I'm out of bounds again. So I can just kind of, so I can just kind of walk down here. And I'm going to do a hammer buffer, which is kind of the same idea. I'm just going to hammer, and then like when I hammer, there's like a little period of time before Mario can actually move again. So that's just convenient for being able to put the analog stick in the right position. So if I just do that and let Mario go, he's going to pop up here. He's like in the post office. And so then from here, I can just kind of, and then like you can do a lot of things to buffer inputs. So like a lot of times I'll hammer, sometimes I'll spin. Spinning is nice for buffering because you can jump out of it, whereas you can't jump out of a hammer. So if I just kind of, and I'm going to try and do this in 2 parts. Okay, hang on. There's like a faster method that I would usually do this with. And, okay, there we go.
So all right, does this involve like a lot of memorization on like where you're aiming your stick to make sure you land in the right spot? Okay.
Yeah. And so at this point, I just, no, that's a good point. So at this point, I just kind of rely on muscle memory to know where to put the analog stick. But like for me to maneuver where I just did, I did a spin, I jumped, and then I held up and then rotated to right. And so that kind of like gets me around falling back inbounds, but then I can pop up here where I'm still on the seam. And then if I just do a hammer buffer and to down right, and then immediately once I fall, go down.
Okay, down right and then down.
Yeah, and now I'm just I'm just back here, and I can leave.
Aha.
Yes.
And then
you can do that.
So,
okay.
I'm sorry, if somebody was going to be doing this for the first time, like trying these methods, which one would you suggest first?
I would suggest this method, but more, so I did it kind of in 2 parts right there. And I would suggest doing it like that.
Okay.
Whereas like at full speed, and let me go ahead and show that
Oh,
off.
okay.
And this toad can be really annoying and difficult to get out of bounds with. There's like FFZ emotes of like green angel and green devil.
Oh,
great.
that's awesome.
Okay, so from here, I can do this all in like 1 quick motion. So I actually messed that up. Okay, hang on, start that over. And then you kind of have to wait for the camera sometimes if you fall.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So I just did 2 falls, like all in 1 quick motion. And that's pretty difficult to get the timing down for. Like you saw, I messed it up. And I've been doing it for years. But that's like the fastest way to do it. But yeah, doing it in 2 parts is definitely easier. And then even if you wanted like an even easier option, you can, after talking, or you can skip talking to the black toads as soon as you get here. And you can actually clip out on this side and then just kind of fall down here. And then I'm inside Merlon's house, which usually you're not supposed to be able to, get inside until after you talk to them. And then I can talk to him from inside here. And then I forget exactly where the door is, but
oh,
I'm looking for it.
Looking for the door. So
okay, there we go.
So that would be the text where he's saying like, "Oh, what? There are toads. Like, let me inspect."
Yep.
Basically. Okay.
Yep,
yeah,
exactly. Yeah. And so that's like a few different ways. That method is actually probably the easiest. It doesn't save as much time because you still have to watch this cutscene and stuff. But it's definitely easier than like the modern black toad skip.
If you want to like start simple and work your way up to the more complex like movement initially, like this is a good.
Yeah, definitely.
Try maybe.
Yeah, and honestly, this is it's kind of unfortunate that this is like one of the first tricks you come across in the game because a lot of people try and start with it. And it's not a great trick to start with. It's actually kind of difficult. So I think that can be discouraging for some people sometimes.
Yeah. So if there's like one piece of movement then that you were like, hey, you're going to start running Paper Mario, like here's the first thing I would recommend. What would that be?
First thing, probably actually good segue actually. Probably the next trick that I'm about to show off, which is staircase skip. And this trick is nice because it's another out of bounds trick. Like you kind of like learn how out of bounds movement works, but it's like pretty difficult to mess up in a way that you can't recover from it. So this is in chapter 1, and you come across this staircase. And what you're supposed to do, you're supposed to kill that Koopa, and then like that'll drop a switch, and then the switch will like make this whole staircase drop down. But what we can actually do is if we jump up here to the top, so like you can just jump down here, right? There's no wall blocking you from doing that. But the wall from this fence actually doesn't extend as high up as they should have made it extend. And so what you can do is you can kind of just jump, and then actually I just realized one quick thing I should have explained with out of bounds movement is if you walk off the edge, this is probably not a great place to show it. Actually, I'm gonna pop back to just where I was at the start. Just
yeah, Chris, outside of the pictures about
yeah. All right, so if you fall out of bounds, you can see like if I'm walking when I fall, like Mario keeps moving, and I can influence that a little bit with the analog stick, but not a whole lot. But if I jump, like if I jump while not moving, I have a lot more control. I'm not moving as fast, but I can control it a lot. So I could like jump down here, and then you can see I like wiggle the analog stick back and forth, and so it just gives you more precision. And so going back to where I was, which is right here. So what we're going to do is we want to get up to the top here. And then I am going to jump. And then while in midair, I'm going to tap down so that I go like below the stairs. And then really quickly after that, I'm going to tap up again so that I go above the wall of the fence. And then I'm going to tap down again to land on the seam down here. And so this is where you're supposed to go. Like after you, this is where the staircase is supposed to take you. If you mess it up and you like don't hold up enough, you're like in bounds, but that is okay. The developers, kind of assumed you'd never be down here if the staircase wasn't here, so you can just walk back onto the seam. But then from here, what you can do is you can actually jump. So I'm going to jump and then start holding upright. So I'll like be moving to the right while jumping. So I'll have like that rightward momentum, but then holding upright will like let me move up towards where the loading zone at the top is for the door. So if I just kind of jump like this, and then you can see this is the second floor. So there's like three floors. There's the basement, the first and the second floor. And I'm actually up on the second floor. You can see I'm actually behind this door. If you're used to how loading zones work, for instance, from Ocarina of Time, like you get behind the door and then you take the loading zone. That's not how it works in Paper Mario. You actually have to interact with the door, which is kind of annoying in some circumstances. So we can't skip some things we would have been able to.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, so this is staircase skip, and this lets us, if I just open this door, so you know the bottom door there was a lock on, so I'm not supposed to be able to get in here yet.
Oh right.
Right. Yeah. So this lets me in here.
I'm sorry. Keep going.
No, that was basically the thought.
I know there's like one wall that you're supposed to have Bombette for in this dungeon specifically that I always look through to get the badge.
Oh, are you talking about the turbo?
Or
this wall? Like, is that the one you're talking about? There's like
no, not this one.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. Oh yeah, you know what? I can mention that. So a real quick thing. The door I entered, the door I entered was actually the top one. So this door is like scripted wrong. It doesn't actually close, which is so just kind of funny. If I walk back through it, it just kind of does that, and then like the lock is still there. So like I'd be trapped now. So you don't want to do that. And actually, like the game updated. This is actually probably a good place to talk about the fact that so the way that the game handles sequence is so there's one value in memory, and I can kind of show it here. So this is like my story progress value. It's displayed in hexadecimal, but it's basically like pretty much anything that's supposed to be done, or I should say, has to be done in a linear way, not accounting for glitches, is controlled by the story progress. So in a lot of cases, we'll end up like doing something to advance the story progress, and then just like the whole world updates around us.
Okay.
Yeah, there's other things. There's like individual flags for things that aren't, can be done in any order or like out of order. And so we'll get to that later, how that can be really beneficial. But just like a sneak peek, I guess. But what you were talking about, so the power bounce badge, which actually this is a hugely important badge. Yeah, so you're supposed to have Bombette here to open this, but it
seems like so open back there.
And it is.
That's super open. I've always just walked through it like that. Yeah.
Yep. And
that's
funny
the one thing I do like that.
Yes. Yeah. Funny thing. This is actually like mentioned in the official Nintendo Power like guide. It says you can do this. So this has been known about for a while.
That's great. I mean, that's the only thing I ever figured out on my own, and then I just started watching speedruns, and I was like, oh my god. Okay.
Yeah. So so back to like staircase skip. What that did, that if I had continued onward, that's what would unlock Bombette. And Bombette is the only thing in an 80% speedrun that you actually need. Well, that and Power Bounce, that badge that we just saw. Those are the only two things that you actually need from this chapter to be able to continue onward. And so after that, in a speedrun, you would actually just leave and go straight to the next trick, which is log skip. And so that out of bounds method is that I showed earlier is actually used here. We don't use it for the same thing, obviously, but if I just wait here and get out okay. Let me back up a second. Before I do that, I need to talk about, we're going to start talking about another one of the biggest tricks in Paper Mario, which is called loading zone storage, or LZS. I'll just be referring to it as LZS from now on. But the way loading zones work in this game is, you walk through a loading zone and then the game takes you and you come out on the other one, right? And right now there are these logs blocking your path. So we want to be able to get around them. Right. So another thing to notice is that, you see how if I go in on like the edge of the loading zone, Mario starts walking towards the center. And that continues into the next room. So like it remembers that in the previous room, he was walking at an angle and he continues at that angle. Same thing if I go over here. Like you can see him walking to the left there. And then one other thing is that loading zones in this game extend upward infinitely. So you don't actually have to land on the ground in the loading zone. What you do, and I'm going to use the levitate code and just like watch Mario's shadow here. So I'm going to start levitating and go over the loading zone, but now I'm going to go back up over here. And so the game remembers that I was above the loading zone. And so then the next time that I'm on ground, it will like have me take it. And then and then one final thing to know about it is that loading zones don't actually take you until you've been on the ground for 2 frames. So that means if you're on the ground and then do something the very next frame to not be on ground, you won't take that loading zone. So what we want to do is actually exploit all of that together. And what we're going to do is we want to store this loading zone, and then we want to go so perpendicular to so far to the side from where that loading zone is that whenever it spawns us in the next room, it will extend how angled we are coming into the next room so far that we just are out of bounds and we fall. And so I'm going to go ahead and show how to do that.
Okay.
And so waiting for this guy, 2 jumps, hammer, jump. Okay, so I am going to stand right about here. Okay. And so now what I'm going to do next is actually fall and then let me collect my thoughts. So I am going to buffer an angle right here with the pause menu. The pause menu is like the slowest way to buffer angles, but whenever you want to take the most time, it's like the easiest to line up the angle. So I want to buffer an angle that lets me like barely fall off of this seam. But then whenever I shoot up, I'll shoot up before I get to the loading zone, but then eventually I'll like cross above it. And so then I'll have it stored, and then the game will respawn me back where I was because I never actually hit land. I was just above a loading zone.
Okay.
And so if I do that, I can actually then hold basically left. And so then I'll have stored the loading zone, but I'll just be back on this spot of land for 1 frame and then fall again. And then I'm going to try and land. I'm going to like angle my analog stick so that I land right about here, which will then give me that angled that I was talking about. Or give me the fall out of bounds that I was talking about. So if I just kind of do this. All right, and you see how I landed up there, and I just fell out of bounds, and I'm on the other side of the logs.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
It's like a slingshot in the opposite direction.
Yeah, kinda. And so that's log skip. Yeah. So that's how we skip beating chapter 1 actually, and we can just continue on down here. We have Bombette, so we can like. I have a few more partners right now, but I have Bombette, so I can break the rock and go straight to chapter 2. Now I'm actually gonna back up a second. So there's a much more difficult method of loading zone storage called LZS jumps. Actually, this is the more commonly used method. So a lot of times you'll hear people just say like they're doing LZS, and usually they mean they're talking about the jumps. And so I said that loading zones only take you after you've been standing on the loading zone for 2 frames. And so that means if you frame perfectly jump to where you're only on the ground for 1 frame, you can just, well, if I don't mess it up, you can just jump in a loading zone like for as long as you want, and it won't take you until, until you mess up the A press. Now you have to have a neutral analog stick when you do this. Otherwise the game will it basically forces you to stay on the ground. And so if you chain jumps together, I'll just try and start to talk and do it at the same time. But so I can just chain jumps together, and then as soon as I stop, I take the loading zone. And so this is way back at the beginning. I skipped it because loading LZS is kind of a complicated topic. But this bush right here, normally this is where you're supposed to get the hammer. So like you open this bush, you get the hammer, and then you go back, and then this cutscene with Junior Troopa starts. And so you have to fight him. It's this long scripted battle. You can only do 1 HP, 1 damage. All right, but if I actually do loading zone storage all the way over to that bush and interact with it, like I can use that 1 frame before the loading zone takes me to interact with the bush, that immediately gives you the hammer. And so let me actually, just to prove the point, I'm going to go in and take my hammer away. So I have no hammer. I'm hitting B, nothing's happening. Now if I do this might take me a couple tries. This is kind of difficult.
I love how Goombario is acting as the Koopa right now.
Oh yeah. Yeah. 1 second. Got this 3rd try at GDQ. at the stop and swap room. There we go. Okay, so I interacted with the bush, and then it immediately had me take the loading zone, but I have the hammer now. And so that skips the whole junior Troopa fight. You can break this block, continue onward. And so that is one of the more difficult tricks. Like if somebody is just getting into speedrunning Paper Mario for the first time, there are routes out there that don't do loading zone jumps for most categories. Some it's hard to get around it, but for definitely all the categories we'd recommend for beginners, like you don't have to do that because it is frame perfect.
There are options, right?
Yeah, exactly. But that is like one of the more advanced techniques in the game.
Yeah, so while it's more common, would you say that the log skip, the first way you showed it, is like the first thing people should try?
Yeah, it definitely. And like you have to do that trick if you are going to do an any percent run, because just the way routing works, like in this game, it's really important to only defeat the enemies that you're supposed to defeat, because like leveling up at certain times can, like if you level up at the wrong time, it can actually screw you over, because you're like, oh, I was supposed to, not have this much health, because there, again, stuff that I'll get into later, there's actually reasons to be at low health in this game. So it can be really unfortunate if you mess that up. So you can't just like beat chapter 1 without creating a whole new route. All right, so next thing I'm going to move on to is in chapter 2, I'm going to do a trick known as early seed. And so if there's anybody watching who runs Paper Mario, there's a new method for this that's supposedly easier that I haven't learned yet. So I'm going to be doing the harder method that I actually know how to do. And so to demonstrate, first let me show what we're trying to do. So whenever you get to chapter 2, the goal is to get all of the letters for to be able to unlock Flarakarry. And then after you do that, that's actually the only thing in an any percent run that we need from this chapter, so we would immediately leave. But over here, there is one of the Bubulbs who has one of the 4 magical seeds that we need to get to chapter 6, Flower Fields. And so we need this seed. There's no known way around getting the seeds to beat the game. And so if you don't do this trick, you have to go unlock Flarakarry and then come all the way back over here, get the seed, and then go all the way back to the start, which is slow. All right, so we can get around that. So if you look right here, there's actually a gap in this collision. You can see like this rock next to the right of Mario's feet. If I just kind of like walk to the right at it, it pushes me up. But yeah, so there's a gap in there. We can fit through it, but we have to be a little creative about it. And so I am going to introduce a thing known as hammer cancel jumps. And so if I just walk at this sign, and I'll actually bring up the coordinate menu so you can see that I'm not moving. So if I just like jump, my X and Z coordinates stay the same. If I just hammer, that doesn't let me move. But if I do what's called a hammer cancel jump, which is where I hammer, and then a couple frames before the animation ends, I hit B and A at the same time, that'll actually cancel the hammer animation early and have Mario jump. And you can kind of see I move a little bit. And that lets me like wedge myself into some corners. And so if I do that over here, and I'm going to combine that with, so there's a feature on the N64 controller. So this trick is like really good to best with an N64 controller, even though I actually usually play with a GameCube controller, but I switched for this. You can reset the neutral on that controller. So like whenever an N64 controller is powered on, it knows where neutral is by where the stick is whenever it gets powered on. But we can reset that. So if I hold up and then hold, I'll try to show this on the camera. So if I hold up and then hold ZL and then press start, that actually resets my neutral. So now I'm holding up, but you can see like on the input display, it says 0, 0. And then if I let go, it thinks that's down. And so that's really useful because in order to like fit into this corner, we need to hold like a very specific angle on the analog stick, and we need to not move it. And so what I'm going to do is I am going to get a specific angle that's like walking at this just right. I'm going to do 8 hammer cancel jumps, and then I'm going to spin. And the spin is going to give me the last little extra bit that I need once I'm wedged in enough to get through. So let me see if I can get this first try. No guarantees. This was my least favorite trick in the game before. I haven't learned the new method. Maybe it's not as bad, but
yeah. But if you gotta, if it's quicker, faster, man.
All right, so then, nice. Okay, so I got it first try, and so I'm actually out of bounds right now. And what I did, I hit, I did a spin, and then I immediately like started holding left, and then I just mashed the partner menu so that I could reset my neutral back to normal, so that I wouldn't like, you know, walk back in bounds. And then from here, since I'm out of bounds, I can just kind of walk up over to the seam and then jump left, hold right, and then I will pop back up where the magical seed is. And I did that all without needing Parakarry. And so then, yeah, you can talk to him, get the seed, and then go on your way. All right, and so the next thing in an any percent run, so we would, I don't know if I have it on this seed or on this.
You know how much time
this file,
this
so
current trick would save then versus having to get Parakarry?
I forget exactly. It's pretty significant though. I think it's around 40 seconds.
Wow,
may or may not be. Ish, something like that. So like in a run, like an 80% run of Paper Mario is around an hour and 40 minutes at the top level. So like that's pretty significant.
Yeah. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. But the next thing that we're gonna do though is probably like the most important single trick in Paper Mario speedrunning. This is Blue House Skip. And I want to atone slightly for how so back in I'm Glower had an any percent run in SGDQ 2018, and I was on the couch. And I said that the reason this works is that there is a box inside the house that clips out. That is not true. We thought it was at the time, but we know more now.
Oh, okay, so...
Okay, so what we're going to do, I am going to basically, so the way that this house is supposed to work is like after you get to chapter 5, which is the volcano, you unlock the ability, like you unlock Sushie, and that gets you far enough down in like the sewers that are in Toad Town to be able to like come up from the backside. Like, oh, okay, well right now it's unlocked. It's supposed to be locked. Under normal circumstances, this would be locked and I wouldn't be allowed in. And there's like a lock you have to unlock from the inside.
Right, you saw the key in the corner and you pick that up.
Right.
And then you can come and go as you please. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm kind of in a weird state from like setting this all up for demonstration, but normally that would be locked. All right, so what we're actually going to do, so you see how this wall on the right side of the house is angled? Angled walls in this game kind of act like floors if you jump at them at the right way. And so I'm actually going to jump into the side of this house, and there will be one frame where the game will so there will be one frame where the game considers that wall a floor if I jump at it right, which gives me a frame to do another jump, which can get me on top of the wall. And then there is a ceiling on the house, but ceilings in this game only check to make sure you can't go up from beneath. You can go down, you can go down through them. There's no floor on the top. So like that's perfectly allowed.
Except for in Shiver City.
True.
Yeah.
But actually, the only thing that makes this frame perfect is like if it was just this sidewall, I'd be able to stand there. Like if I jumped at it right, I could just stand on the wall forever as long as I wanted. But this front wall, it detects me a frame later and is like, oh, you're not supposed to be this close to the wall, and it pushes me away.
Okay.
And so this is another one. It might take me a couple tries. So I'm just going to stand next to this toad. I'm going to buffer a spin so that, like, you see, if I hit A here, I talk to him. But if I spin and then hit A, I can jump. And so I'm just going to jump to the left, go neutral on the analog stick, and then jump again, and then kind of like angle the analog stick up right to up left to kind of like go around the wall. Well, okay, there was the double jump. I didn't do the analog stick right. Okay, there we go. So you see, I just jumped on the side of the house and then jumped again, or I jumped on the side of the house and then went around the wall, and I'm inside. And you can kind of, I usually use the key. I walk over to the left, and then from the key, I can just hold down right and jump, and then that'll take me into the pipe. And then we can, for some reason, so this is actually, this screen right here, you should never be able to see this. You're never supposed to be able to get to this room unless you bomb that wall. But for some reason, the game's just decided to leave in a trigger to let you blow up the wall from the other side. They didn't do that everywhere. Like, this trick just as easily could have been a dud. But yeah, so this lets us, you know, if I keep going, this lets us skip straight from chapter 2 after getting Parakarry all the way over to, if I keep going, and I wouldn't normally have speedy spin here, and I am going to enable a cheat real quick just to, or no, I want auto win, just to make the battle simpler. So you come over here, you fight the blooper, you defeat the blooper, which is usually just power bounce him over and over.
Right.
I use a cheat there, just to speed things up.
Yeah.
But this this makes the blue pipe, or this makes a switch appear, and then you can hit this blue, go into this blue pipe, and we just skipped all of chapters 3 and 4, and most of chapter 2, and we're in chapter 5. So that's a huge glitch.
So that would be next up, after log skip, basically.
Yes.
Just go right into this.
Yeah.
Well, no,
so
you
this
want to do chapter 2 just to get Parakarry, and then you.
Yeah, usually people don't like. It's recommended not to learn early seed right away, just because it's a more difficult glitch, and like you don't need to do it. You can just do the backtracking, take the 40-ish second time loss. But this trick you need to be able to do. There are some easier methods, like involving some like stuff that I'm gonna get into later. But this is like by far the fastest and honestly recommended. I would recommend learning this method of it personally if you plan to do more than just like 1 or 2 runs, because it is a really hard trick to get down. Like there's stories of people taking like days before they get it their first time. We have better resources now, so it usually doesn't take quite as long. You know, maybe a couple hours to get it. It is a difficult trick, but once you get it, it's just muscle memory, and you can like do it without thinking, honestly.
Okay.
But yeah, very, very important trick for Paper Mario speedrunning. All right, so but next, coming up, what you're supposed to do once you get to chapter 5, you're supposed to, like all these Yoshi kids, they end up like getting lost. You're supposed to get Sushie and then go around and save all the Yoshi kids. I don't want to do any of that. So instead, I'm going to take Parakarry, and this, the method that I'm about to do is exclusive to the Japanese version of the game. But if I just kind of like walk at this bush and then use Parakarry, I'm going to be honest, I don't know exactly why that works. Just some weird like way that they made the collision there. You can just kind of get out of bounds. And then from here, we can just do some more like out of bounds maneuvering. Same kind of deal, jumping around. There's a loading zone there I jumped around that's supposed to take you to like Raphael the Raven. It's like a shortcut that opens up after you beat it. But I can just kind of... Well, Colorado's gonna, you know, come over here and warn me about something. He can just go out of bounds. He didn't share that with us. Would have been nice.
Oh, it's more than I thought.
But yeah, so we can just kind of like come over here, and then if I just go off the edge and like hold up right and then down right on the analog stick, I just skip straight to the volcano. And that's like I don't know exactly how much time it saves. We're talking like something like 10 minutes or something compared to a glitchless run. It's honestly a huge skip. And a funny little thing, the pulley is actually still here.
I mean, you have to save the Yoshis, and then you have to get the token that then takes you back to Raven, and that's like a whole series of puzzles.
It is, yeah.
the animation of the little ravens like doing the building the bridge, and yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a cute little animation, but it's very slow. Unfortunately, this does mean that like in pretty much any glitch speedrun other than like 100%, you're not going to get the Ultra Stone, which lets you upgrade partners more than once. So you're pretty much just limited to one. So that's like the main downside, but it's very much worth it.
Right, yeah, because you'd have to like go and find a way to talk to Raven or Raphael, the Raven.
Yeah, exactly. Do I have? Okay, I do have Speedy Spin on this file. I should. Okay, so Speedy Spin is a badge that you buy from the badge shop. It's not a glitch or anything, but it's just we would have it by now. We collect 50 coins, and it just makes movement faster and easier. So
yes. Literally the best.
It's so good. I'm very upset that I never bought it casually.
Yeah.
I was just walking around. You know?
Really?
Yeah. I mean, once I would get. Once I got
lament-
Laki, I would usually ride him. Like that was faster.
Yeah, I lament playing like just regular movement in this game and then like die for Speedy Spin.
Yeah, Speedy Spin is great. Like it makes your spin go farther and faster. All right, but moving on. Once we get into the volcano, there's actually a whole bunch of tricks within here. So I'm going to go ahead and show. Let's see. I do. Okay, I'm not going to do Ultra Hammer Skip. But so this trick right here. So you're supposed to normally just like go out of bounds. Not out of bounds. Go down here. Go down, ride the pulley, and then get down to the bottom. But we can actually just, if you jump at it right, this wall on the side here, and it's kind of tricky to get the jump properly. But yeah, you can just kind of like jump over this wall. And so like I'm out of bounds. And all I did there is I just like got close to the edge. I jumped with like downward momentum and then held down right. But yeah, so from here I can just kind of like fall down and get into the loading zone. So that's like a nice, quick little time saver.
Nice.
Yeah. And then the next thing that we would do is, so this, you're supposed to like solve this puzzle, push all those blocks over, stop the lava, and then like if I were to walk down here, you can see like, you can't get across that normally. But if I just position myself like really far on the corner here, and there's a couple different methods you can do for this, but I just like hammer buffer down left, and you just kind of land past it. You can also like do a jump, which I don't like as much. I think it might be slightly faster. But yeah, so that just skips solving that puzzle.
But you can literally just jump over that.
Yeah, you just jump over it. It's great. And then you might be thinking, how do you get back? Yeah. Which is, a fair question. But right over here is the Ultra Hammer. And so there's actually a skip you can do to get out of bounds right there, which I am not very good at. It's not something I ever learned. I was messing around with it yesterday. I was like, couldn't get it. But you can get out of bounds there, but it's just a really minor skip. Skips pushing that block. So if you get the Ultra Hammer, and I mentioned earlier about how story sequence, like certain things will just like update your story progress, and like the game around it will assume that you are in the state you are. And so grabbing the Ultra Hammer is a trigger to advance my story sequence. And so the game assumes, well, I must have solved that puzzle, right? You couldn't get here otherwise. So yeah, the puzzle's just solved.
Perfect. It just does it, yeah.
Yep. And then we can just make our way back. And then eventually we would get up to the next trick called Flarakarry. I think it's just named that because some person I've never met named Flare found it. But so what you're supposed to do here, it was before my time. I don't know. But you're supposed to push that block all the way over here, break all these blocks.
Mm-hmm. And then you're chased by the big spike.
Yep. But instead, he's gonna talk to me again. Instead, so the loading zone for this, and I think the way this works is the loading zone that you're supposed to take actually sticks out a little bit. So if I just kind of like push myself up into this corner here and literally just use Paracarry, he'll just put me in the loading zone. I think you get high enough to like, I'm not 100% sure that this is how this works. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that basically like it's angled to where using Paracarry lets you like get over it, and then like once you land, you take the loading zone. But I'm not 100% sure about that.
I feel like it would almost be useful to have like a little list of how many corners you can get into and just be carried over loading zones.
Oh, there's a lot.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot. Parakarry is like, he's not the best partner. We'll get to the best partner for getting out of bounds later, but he's probably the second best partner for getting out of bounds. And so then the next thing you do, so this is right before the Lava Piranha boss, where you're supposed to, you know, fight Lava Piranha. But fighting a boss when you don't have to is also slow. And back, if you remember Black Toad Skip, or a bunch of out of bounds skips where you know, we hammer next to an NPC and they push us out of bounds. The collision around this area is kind of funky. You can kind of see I can go on either side here, but like there's a wall blocking me from like this spike thing. So if I just kind of like hold a little bit down of right, and then spin and then hammer, that actually, you know, gets me out of bounds here. And then from here, there's no wall on the back, so I can just kind of fall down and then land in the loading zone past Lava Piranha. And so that skips the whole fight. Like you see, this is the arena. Yeah, funny little thing. You can actually. Oh, go ahead.
Oh wow, look at that. And for all cards runs, isn't it like you do this level over and over and it keeps triggering releasing additional star spirits?
Yes, you do. And that's actually one of the next things that I'm going to be getting to. You do that in any percent as well. No, you're good. It's not the next thing I'm getting to, but I will be getting to it soon. Also, funny thing, while I'm here, if you just kind of like what is it? I think it's just spin down and then hold up, you can make your way back up. Yeah, just another like that's useful for some other tricks.
Back up? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, fall back up. Not really useful, of course, in a speedrun. Well, right. I mean, it is if you mess up some of the later tricks that I'm going to be getting to, but not really useful in 90%. You don't need to get back up. But yeah, so from here, and this also, okay, good.
Oh, it's just a quick question. So throughout the run, since you're skipping getting the Yoshi kids, and you're already at this point, do you not get Sushie at all?
Correct. Yeah, in an 80% run, you don't get Sushie. You actually can skip all of the areas where you would need her.
Okay, cool. So, rip her.
Yeah, basically. And if you remember from like, you know, playing casually, normally there's a cutscene here with Mistar, like the star spirit you unlock here, where she's, you know, everyone's scared, the volcano's erupting. There's actually not a timer, by the way. You have all the time in the world. But you can just blow this up immediately, and skipping Lava Piranha like makes it so that cutscene doesn't play, and you can just get over here. Again, you have all the time in the world until you step on the step, then the lava starts to rise. But falling in, it just puts you up here. But yeah, and then so that just beats chapter 5. And so that's a really quick chapter, actually.
Yeah. Just never realized like that the timers didn't really started until certain sections.
That's fair. Yeah, no, that's fair.
Yeah.
Actually, the only reason that we need to beat chapter 5 is because, and I kind of skipped over it, but like beating chapter 5 makes it so that you can like get the final magical seed to enter chapter 6, which I just warped to.
How do you get it if you don't have Sushie?
Well, you don't need Sushie to get here. Like if I just go back over here.
To get the final seed.
Oh yeah,
no, you don't need to do that.
Yeah, actually, you know, just for the sake of making it clear what happens, I'll go ahead and go there. So if I go to Lava Island, shop. Okay, so, well, the game's not in the right state to actually show getting that. But yeah, all you have to do is you go over here, you go to where you would get Sushie. Mm-hmm. And then, like, the chest just appears right here. This chest has, like, the face that Kolorado is looking for.
Right.
And then you can
just actually talk to the bulb.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I kind of forget that he exists, to be honest.
Yeah.
But he is there. If you talk to him beforehand, he's just like, "Oh, I just gave away the seed," or it's either that, or he says he's like holding it.
Yeah, that's like your clue. Yeah. So in this instance, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's like the game's way of making sure you beat chapter 5 before you go to chapter 6. But once we get that seed, yeah, we can just go straight. Like we would actually take the blue pipe back because that skips like a junior Troopa fight.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's supposed to fight you whenever you like ride the whale back. So we can get to chapter 6 now, and this chapter is you know, the music is great. Everyone loves the music here, right? No.
Yes,
so
everybody's favorite chapter in general. I'm sure.
Oh, totally.
Yes.
No, luckily in an 80% speedrun, we actually don't have to come here for very long. So this chapter is like notoriously not glitchy. It's super hard to break. But if you don't need to actually beat the chapter, you just want to get lackluster, you can do some more loading zone storage. So you see if I come over here, you're supposed to like do everything basically in chapter 6 and end up getting a bubble berry and give it to this plant, and then it'll let you cross across the spikes. But you can see, like, if we were able to get up here, we could just skip that whole thing. So that's exactly what we're going to do. And there's a couple different methods that I'm going to show. First, I'll show one that doesn't involve doing, you know, a whole bunch of frame perfect jumps. So if you just kind of jump at this tree, and I made that look easy. Sometimes that takes like a whole bunch of tries. But yeah, if you just jump at it, you could just kind of clip into it and then walk out of bounds here. And then I'm going to jump and fall the... Oh, wait, I went too far. And so you can just kind of... There's like some invisible floors you have to navigate around, which I'm doing a poor job of. But yeah, so if I just walk around here, I'm going to jump around to this back wall. I'm going to walk slowly to the right just to make sure I'm as far right as I can be. And then I'm going to jump up a little bit. And then, so this is basically as high up as I can be. Poor Bombette just falling forever.
Can't help it.
Yeah, can't really help it. But from here, I'm going to do a similar loading zone storage to what I did for log skip, where I'm going to fall out of bounds, and then once I shoot up, I'm going to like shoot up, and as I'm going up, I'm going to go over the loading zone. I'm going to spawn back where I am right now, and then I'm going to try and land far to the right. And it's hard to show without like, there's no, I wish there was like a free cam that I could show in the practice ROM to demonstrate, but there's not.
Right.
But that lands you far enough perpendicular to where you can land on the bottom seam, and so I'll try and demonstrate it, see if I can get the right angle here. Okay, that should be good. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so like I managed to fall at just the right angle to where, and like in this room I held up left for a certain amount of time, and that's not super easy to get. But that like is actually pretty involved. But that lets me get around to this back seam.
That's like a few different, I mean, it's like a few different falls in a row, kind of like you were showing earlier. So it seems like it definitely takes a lot of practice to make sure you've got the right direction. Yeah, definitely. And then from here, I can just like jump around this loading zone and then pop up on top. And so that's early Laki. If I go from here, you know, I can, there's nothing else stopping me. I can go just talk to the sun. It is at the sun tower. And then whenever I come back, the lackluster fight will play, and then we can unlock Laki. The other method, which you'll more commonly see in runs, is to just do a whole bunch of LZS jumps, which is not the easiest in the world, but I'll demonstrate it here if I can get it going. Might take a couple tries. Right.
Ah, that's not far enough. You can see like I was like I was pretty perpendicular, but like not enough.
Yeah. I'm trying not to talk during it because
yeah, that's fair.
because of the concentration needed, yeah.
Right, yeah. Hard to talk while doing this.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. That should work. Okay, yeah. See, so same thing. Get out, on the seam. And yeah, for anyone wondering, like, you know, how do you chain that many frame perfect jumps together? It's literally just hours of practice and grinding the muscle memory. Like, there's no shortcut to it. You just have to practice.
Okay.
Which is why.
No, honestly, I could see people having that question.
Yeah, definitely. I had it. I've seen people ask it before, and it's just like, I wish there was a shortcut to getting good at it, but no, you just have to get good. All right, but now, and so now that we have Lackluster, or Laki, which I'll probably be calling him, I'm gonna go and the next thing that you would do in an 90% run is you would actually go all the way back to Chapter 5 into the volcano. for what's called a peach warp. So if you come back into the volcano, there's actually like some lava down here that's supposed to prevent you from ever going back down to where Lava Piranha was. And you might be thinking, well, can we just like clip out of bounds in this room like we did before? Can't actually do that because Kolorado isn't here anymore. So there's nothing to like the collision is still kind of weird, but there's nothing to like push you out of bounds. So we need a new method. And so I'm going to do, I mentioned there was a partner that was better at clipping out of bounds than Flarakarry, and that is Lackluster.
Yeah.
So whenever you hop on Laki, you can kind of see every time I hop on him, I kind of move, and let me bring up the coordinates too. I kind of move a little bit up. It's like I'm at negative 281. I hop on him, I'm at 200.
Oh,
down.
okay.
But basically, the idea is that like you move a little bit whenever you hop on them. So if I like kind of wedge myself into this corner, and I'm like looking at Mario's shadow to like see a really big shadow, and then I'm in the right position. So what I'm gonna do, if you want to change your direction, if you spin, hold a direction, and hammer, you'll change direction without actually moving. So that's really convenient. And then first I'm gonna hop on Laki and hold down just to like, there's like a trigger with that dude you have to hit. But yeah, so like just hopping on Laki like clipped me out of bounds right away. It was easy as that. Just stand in the right position, hop on, and you do it. Now we actually don't have a really good understanding of like the out of bounds mechanics for Laki. I don't know exactly how it all works, I guess. But whenever you fall out of bounds with Laki, eventually you spawn back up and it forces you off of him. And if you hold certain directions after that, you can like kind of you'll be in the air a little bit, so you can like fall in a direction. So if I do this and I'm like holding left the whole time, and then as soon as I pop back up, I hold down right, you can kind of see Mario like landed, but then was still out of bounds and fell to the right. And so that managed to clip me back down into this loading zone. You can still kind of see the lava. It's just as a black bar above me. I think actually if I... Yeah, you can kind of just like jump up into the lava there.
Well, and it doesn't trigger until you are on top of it.
Right, yeah, because they never thought that you would...
be below it.
Yeah, and also actually I just remembered something. I wasn't planning on showing this off, but I just thought of it. If you kind of like position yourself next to, I think it's like right here, and hop on Laki. Yeah, you can clip into this block. That's a soft lock though. You can't get out.
Oh, you can't get out of oh my gosh.
Yeah. I mean, I can like reload the room with the practice round, but yeah, so you can just kind of clip out of bounds there. But the next thing, so we're not out of the woods yet, so we're down here where you would fight Lava Piranha, but if you just keep walking to the right, eventually you get over here and you're like, oh, I can't move. I like there's an invisible wall. I can't go anywhere. And you try and go back, and it's like, oh, there's an invisible wall blocking me from going back. So that's another soft lock. You can't go over here.
Okay.
To get around. So I'm going to reload the room again, and we're going to do another way with. There's nowhere we can, or at least as far as I'm aware, there's nowhere that you can just like do a normal Laki clip to get out of bounds. But I am going to do another technique known as a Laki teleport. And so if I hop on Laki and hop off, if you watch him, he kind of like stays in place for a split second and then zooms to Mario. And so there's one frame where Laki is moving really fast, and if you hop on him during that frame, the game will actually like make you like it'll push you forward like farther than you're supposed to go, and that you can use that to like get past walls. And so there's actually some land right over there. And so if I time this right, hop on Laki, hop off, hop on, and then I did that right. You can see I like got out of bounds here, and so now I'm just like, this lava isn't actually lava, you can walk on it, but I can just kind of like fall over there, and now I just pop back up past the invisible walls, and we can continue on.
Wow.
But what's really cool about that, so what's the big deal? You beat chapter 5 again. So this section of the game doesn't ever actually check to see, like where in the story you are, or it doesn't actually check to see like, oh, you beat chapter 5. It's like, oh, you beat the chapter that you're currently in. Yeah. And so because we're in chapter 6, we just got Laki, we didn't do anything to like revert our story. I can just kind of, and I'll go a little bit just to show what's happening. It'll play the whole cutscene about like as though you had beaten chapter 5, and there's actually going to be like a second chest, which is kind of funny. But then what happens? The first one? What's that? Yeah.
Right,
it's a fan favorite. Yeah, just like that. Doesn't actually spawn a second chest there, unfortunately. It's just visual for the cutscene. But this put us into the chapter 6, like the post chapter 6 Peach cutscene. And so this is like actually one of the more annoying and boring ones. But you can see like I have the sneaky parasol, which is the reward for the quiz after beating the chapter 5 one. I kind of skipped over it, but so this is the chapter 6 Peach cutscene. And if I were to go through and beat this cutscene, it would actually spit me out in chapter 6, which would be, it's like, oh, you beat chapter 6, and then really entertaining. You get to watch the whole thing again. I'm not going to do it again right now, but since you beat chapter 6, if you do a second Peach warp, and actually, you know what? I'll go ahead and do a second one. I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, what do you do for the Peach cutscenes in between?
There's really no speed tech to it. Just walk in straight lines, do what you're supposed to do. I wish it was faster, but it's kind of a downer in the speed run.
Like Peach. Oh! She's fine in this game.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I like the Peach cutscenes casually. They're just, kind of a downer. Oh,
yeah, they're really chill. Honestly, especially in this game specifically. I think they're fine in T2ID, but this one I definitely prefer. Oh, and okay.
Yeah, no, that was just had to switch. Yeah, there's just like one little flag in the game controlling if you're Peach or Mario. You can have like different partners. You can set Mario's partner to be Twink. You can't do that stuff legit, but like with practice run. All right, but I'm going to go ahead and real quick do another Peach warp just to demonstrate where we pop out. So land in the loading zone, go do Lucky teleport again. Then let me, actually, you know what? I don't know if, I think I skipped my story actually progressing, so I'm going to go ahead and cheat slightly to be in chapter 7. Okay, we're in chapter 7. If I had finished the Peach cutscene, that would have been updated properly. All right, so beat this, and I'm gonna go ahead and do the post chapter 7 Peach cutscene because it's all just. Well, one thing I actually didn't mention is text in this game is actually super comfy to advance. Like, you think RPG speedrunning, you think lots of mashing text. The fastest way to advance text in this game is to just hold the B button, which
really
I would be lying if I said that wasn't a factor in me not ever really speedrunning TTYD. Because they got rid of that.
You can't do that.
Yeah, and so I never felt like text mashing. I've done it a little bit. I did one glitchless run, but
that's fair though. It can literally hurt your finger if you have to do it too much.
Yeah. And it's also like if you're lazy about it, about your mashing, you're actually losing time. So it's like,
yeah, exactly.
Don't slow down.
Right, and now Peach is gonna get tied up, and Pink's gonna get flung out of the castle. I think, right?
Yep. Well, not flung out of the castle. Oh, wait, does he? Actually, it's been a while since I've paid attention to the cutscene. I think you're right.
Out at some point.
This cutscene's usually my bathroom break.
Oh.
Because I actually straight up, I have a clamp. I'll just take this clamp.
I was gonna think you put something in the B button.
I just clamp the B button.
Oh gosh, guys, okay, good. Hang on.
It's great, but yeah, see, like we're just here. We got the last Star Spirit, and actually, something I didn't mention is if you get a Star Spirit in this game from what you get those like after watching Peach cutscenes, you also get all the previous Star Spirits. So like I just have all of them, even though I skipped beating chapters 2, 3, and 4. I still have them.
Yeah.
Like if I go, I can like go into the pause menu and you can see them all here. But yeah, so from there you basically just like make your way back Again, like the story progress, like the stairs put themselves here and stuff like that. So you basically that's the last thing you need to do before you can go all the way to chapter 8.
Right.
So you can just like walk the whole way there. And so before I show the, oh wait, no, I'm getting things out of order in my head. Okay, so but once we do get to chapter 8, I'm gonna go ahead and load this. Okay, so normally you're supposed to, like, you fall down in jail, and then you're supposed to, like, harden the lava so that you can make your way back up. And it's kind of slow, and you have to deal with like the one dark room with where you're supposed to use Watt to like brighten it up. Technically, you can do that without Watt, and like actually, if you watch glitchless speedruns that do this section, people will usually like. Either they'll have the brightness on their TV like turned way up so they can see it, because you can see it a little bit, or they'll like, yeah, or well, there's enemies you have to avoid, so like you can kind of memorize it, but actually the other thing people will do, and I think these days more commonly, is people will actually add an OBS filter to kind of like, it depends on your capture card, but like, and then they'll just play off their OBS preview because they can like see it better with the filter that they add.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but instead of that, what we'll do here is we can actually make our way over here. And so like, you're supposed to be able to go this way. There's like a badge. What is it? Deep focus, I think. And then you can find the whole way over here.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
And so Laki kind of slow on lava, but that's fine. I think there's like actually a way to, if you hold the right angle on this wall, I think you gotta speed up, but but yeah, you make your way all the way over here, and then you still make our way. Yeah, lava, and then so we make our way over here and make up here. Like we can hit this block, we can get this badge. Yeah, I think that's deep focus. I don't really care about the badge. I want to get over here, and like you can see, there's like invisible walls. I fall in the lava. Not supposed to be able to do that. But do I have the right? I do have the right boots. Okay, so like we would have gotten ultra boots along the way after getting Laki. But if you just kind of like, you see how like I can jump here, and because of the block being angled, I can just kind of like go into the side there. But if I do an ultra jump, I can actually get up on top. And then if I switch to Paracarry, and like I literally don't even have to move, just make sure I'm facing right. If I just use Paracarry, he will take me over here on top of this invisible wall. It's higher than the texture, or than the like what you see, but you can just kind of get back. And again, I'm in kind of a weird state because I've been like skipping things, but like this door would be open because like you fight the Koopa Troll down here, and then the door just assumes, hey, you must have like made it through my trap, and he just lets you continue onward.
That's awesome. Yeah, the talking door next, right?
Yeah, and this is actually a trick. This is a super easy trick. Like literally just stand in place, do an
I know.
Paracarry.
What I love about stuff like this is that I'm like, I kind of want to try this next time I casually play this game.
Yeah, do it. It's great.
Yeah. Yeah, there are like 2 or 3 of these already that I'm like, okay, maybe I'll try it. I'm gonna give it a shot.
Definitely. So the next thing is you had asked, like, do we need sushi? We're supposed to need sushi for this room, right? This is like the flood room. We jump up on the spring. We need a key. The whole deal with this room is like you need a key. The key is like really high up. You need to keep raising the water level to get it. We do actually raise the water level once. Here by pulling this chain, but we don't have sushi, so we can't hop on and do ride sushi through the water. But actually, if I just kind of like wedge myself into this corner a little bit, and actually that's something I should mention, corners in this game generally like they're checking direction like perpendicular to themselves, so there's like one checking up and down here, there's one checking left and right here, but actually if I just kind of get into the corner here, they're not checking exactly in that position, so that gets me close enough to where if I just hop on Laki, I'm out of bounds, and I can just run on the water. Which is great. And it's faster too. Like even if we had sushi, we would still do this. Yeah, and then you can kind of do the same thing on this corner, click back inbounds, hit this switch, and we don't actually care about the spring, so this area I don't actually know exactly why this works. I think it's like the game ends up visually showing that you're somewhere that you're not. I honestly am not 100% sure why this works. But if you clip out again, clip back in, and then go up here, you can just kind of fall through there. I wish I knew why it worked, but I don't. But yeah, so I'm just like out of bounds now. And so this is an area where I need to be careful. So I'll save position real quick. But like if I come back in bounds here, this is actually a soft lock because this, for whatever reason, like there's a wall there, doesn't let you through. And so like you can't really progress.
Okay.
So that's, you know, something to be careful about. But if I kind of, and I'm going to fall out of bounds here just to make sure that I'm like as far up as I can be. So that whenever I walk to the left here, I'm on the seam. And so I'm like on a seam out of bounds. And then the next mechanic that I'm going to use, and let me actually demonstrate it real quick, is called, the name is great. It's called a Kooper super jump. And so I'll just walk back in bounds to show it. Anytime you fall out of bounds and then the game like respawns you, you kind of, the game kind of like remembers your vertical velocity, at least in like some ways, until the next time that your Y coordinate changes, which is like up and down. Mm-hmm. So whenever I'm in this state, if I use Kooper right now, Kooper super jump.
Okay.
You just shoot up in the air.
Like
you can't.
Delay for me.
Oh.
It was perfect. Yeah, if I laugh like 2 seconds later, it's
okay.
Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, no, you can't use this to like you know. Okay, it behaved a little bit strangely there, but like you can't really use this to like get Mario up to places where he couldn't be, but you can use it to grab items. And so let me just show, like the key that we want to get is up here. And so if I fall over here, I'm going to walk over to the left, and then I'm going to kind of like jump down so that I am, so right now I'm like on the water, but the water like kind of extends behind here. So then if I just kind of position myself correctly, do a Kooper super jump, and then I just get the key. And then from there...
Perfect.
Yeah, you know, it's great. It's great. This room is like honestly pretty boring and not very hard casually. Yeah. So it's really nice to be able to just, you know, speed this up by like a minute or something. All right, and then so from here, I said that like the loading zone down here has like a an invisible wall to prevent you from going through. So I just basically fell on the right to make sure I was as far right as I could go. And then if we just like walk down here, the loading zone is still there. You just go behind the wall. And from here, yeah, from here we can just like unlock this door and continue on our way.
Okay, so on this side of the room, you can go even when there's supposed to be water there. There's clearly not, because when you
right.
it, you look normal. Yeah, okay.
It actually doesn't let us go back here either. It's just like this long doorway. If you wanted to, this isn't like, you can go back if you want to though. If you like jump on the spring, it'll get you back up, and then you can like clip back in bounds and pull the thing again. But
yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna do that now because I want to go back in the room where I just was. I want to get back down. Yeah, and normally in a speedrun, you just leave the water like this because it doesn't matter. You don't need to come back. But this is actually the last glitch that you would see in an any % run. So this is Cannonless. You know, definitely a very original name that we came up with and didn't steal from any other speed games.
Right, of course.
Of course.
Especially
so
not
you're supposed.
Other things in the Mario series.
Certainly not. Certainly not. Yeah. So there are 4 sets of cannons like this. Actually, I'm not going to show it because it's very hard and I don't remember how to do it. There are ways you can just kind of like jump past these cannons. Some of them are frame perfect jumps. They're really hard, but like their hitboxes aren't. Yeah, it's pretty cool, but very hard. Actually, what you would do in a glitchless run if you're not doing those cannon jumps is you would encounter these bullet bills and then you would run away from them. And then while you're running, you have iframes and you can just like run through the cannons. But that's still pretty slow.
Like right next to the cannon and then run. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and we do that. You could actually do the same thing, just encountering the cannons themselves. But the cannons are much more difficult to run away from. Like the bar starts all the way at the bottom, whereas with the bullet bills, it's like pretty high up. So that's like ideal for glitchless. But this is not glitchless. This is, you know, a show about glitches. So if I actually like position myself, and this is like very precise. There's like, I went too far up. there's like one pixel basically that works. I usually look at the top right of Mario's hat there. I'm like looking for one pixel in between the black of the texture on the wall and then like Mario's hat. But if I hop on Laki right here, assuming I did it right, yeah, so I just like kind of pop out of bounds again. And then if I spin up to this top wall, trying to move the camera so you can see where I am. But yeah, I'm like in this wall. And so then if I fall to the right, hold up right for just a fraction of a second, I'm on this back seam, and then I can just kind of jump past. Oh, okay, I fell there, but that's fine because I'll pop back up. And then I can just kind of jump around all the cannons. And so that skips the cannons, cannonless.
Oh, and now you're back up.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and so then from here, like the rest of the game is like, we're in chapter 8. The rest of everything is pretty, I guess, standard, you could say.
Right.
In an any percent speed run, we're severely underleveled though. So like, this is the part where it stops being about execution mostly and starts being about like RNG. Are you gonna get the RNG you need to win the game? And like, if you're going for a world record time, you're going for strats because like risky tends to be better. You're going for strats that have like single-digit percentage points of actually succeeding, which is pretty rough, especially after doing a whole bunch of difficult glitches.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, but so that is basically all the glitches that you would see in an any percent run. Oh, actually, one little thing while I'm thinking about it and while we're in this room, this isn't any percent related, but if I gotta give myself sushi. Okay. So if I use sushi and I actually like jump on one of these bones, enemies in this room will no longer throw projectiles at me. So that's like a kind of funny thing.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, you specifically have to have Sushi as your active partner. I don't really know why this works. Yeah,
it doesn't work for any percent because you won't have her.
Right. Sometimes it actually, I think in Glitchless it works out to where from doing the Flood Room, Sushi is your active partner. So that can be really nice. Like, you have to push this block, and sometimes you just get unlucky whenever they're throwing bones, and they'll just like, they'll hit you because they're before you can get away, and there's nothing you can do about it. So that's like one nice way in a Glitchless run to like mitigate that risk.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think how long have we been going? Like an hour 25. Okay, so from here I think I was gonna switch into like showing, we skipped a bunch of chapters, but those chapters have a bunch of glitches. But also I feel like I kind of go to the bathroom. I feel like this would probably be a good time for a break.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, great. So we take wellness breaks here on Hotfix, on GQ Hotfix channel's shows. Because I want to tell you guys about a little what's happening, and then also it's good to get up and stretch. It's good for your health. So we take wellness breaks. If you're enjoying it so far, please stick around. JCog has so much more to show. I'm really excited to see what's happening in the chapters. And then also, I know we're getting some glitches that are going to be not run related, but are still really cool.
Yeah, saving those for the end.
Yes, I'm so excited. Okay, yeah, those are really, really fun based on the ones that I've seen. So please stick around, keep watching. It'll just be a couple minutes, and then we will be back with more. If you missed out on any SGDQ VODs, you can head to youtube.com/gamesdonequick to check out the full runs from this past week's event, along with all the Hotfix shows are on there too. They're all uploaded in good timing and fashion, and it's great. And you can go check those out anytime. Even if you're like, hey, you know what? I'm one of those people who actually likes to watch the interviews. Yours truly, does that. You can always watch like the ends of the runs that are uploaded to YouTube, are typically where you'd find those interviews as well. So you can go check those out. And then we have Flame Fatale coming up next month, which is going to be awesome. That's August 15th and 21st. The games list is out now, and volunteer applications are open as well. So if you'd like to volunteer for this women-only speedrunning event, they're open until July 24th. So you can go to gamesdonequick.com/framefatale for more info. FRAME. I know that the event is called Flame Fatale, but that's for the summer, but it's Flame Fatale. Anyway, let's take a quick break, and then we will be back shortly. I'm super excited to see more. I hope you are too. I'm sure you all are too. All right,
plenty more to show.
Hello, we're back. All All right, welcome back to That's Never Happened Before, which I still think is a hilariously memey name for a hotfix show, but that's what we went with. I am joined still by JCog, who's doing awesome. We are getting to see lots of Paper Mario glitches. So for those of you who are interested in the run or just enjoy watching them and wanted to know more about how certain things work, like this is the episode for you. We got to see a lot of the things that went from basically like a breakdown of the glitches that you would typically see through any percent of different levels, which is awesome. So now we're going to get to see a more in-depth look at the glitches that happen in some of the chapters that we don't really go through in an any percent, which is going to be really fun because there's plenty of content. When I said at the beginning of the show today that this game is broken, like I meant like broken, and you hear how he's giggling alongside me, it's because he knows that it's true.
It's very broken.
Yeah. So I'm going to leave it back to you. Feel free to do a quick countdown to restart or to continue the timer. And then, break it down. Break down the chapters for us, please.
Okay, sure. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so yeah, I just basically went through pretty much everything, more or less everything that you would see in an any percent run as far as glitches go. But yeah, there are other categories, arguably better categories than any percent. So the next like kind of, I guess, route you would kind of say of like how we beat certain chapters, all cards, all bosses, and 100% all kind of follow this next pattern that I'm going to show. All cards is basically like the all chapters category, where it's like, you know, after you beat a boss, a card of the Star Spirit appears. And so like the goal of that category is to touch all the cards. All bosses is like kind of similar, except like you add in a whole bunch of like optional bosses or bosses that you would otherwise skip with glitches. And then 100% is like follows a similar pattern to all cards in that regard. But so this file that I'm using right now is so it's pretty close to the same as far as it's, you know, it got up to chapter 5 using Blue House Skip. It like didn't beat chapter 2 yet, but we got Flarakarry. This file would have beaten chapter 1 already, but there's not anything too interesting going on there that you wouldn't have seen. All right, so basically what I did is this file just got Sushie. And so I am going to immediately leave. So chapter 5 has not been beaten. But what getting...
So in all bosses, you want Sushie?
Yes, actually, in most other categories, you end up getting almost all the partners. We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
But yeah, so we play chapter 5 up until we get Sushie, and then we can continue on over here. And then I am going to turn on a cheat real quick, just defeat our contact so that we don't have to watch all the enemy fights. But if you go over here and then you defeat these 3 guys, so this actually drops a switch that is a shortcut to get to chapter 3. And so beating chapter 3 before, so at this point, you know, we want to beat all the chapters, but the only one we've beaten so far is chapter 1. So 3 makes sense to beat next for a couple reasons. It's hard to explain before also getting to 4 and 2 and 5. But basically there's not a whole lot of ways we can break this by coming back. There's no reason to do it any later than right now. And there's some really good stuff that we can get in this chapter that I am going to show. And
like
so
boot upgrades, maybe? Yeah,
boot upgrades and and Mega Rush and the badge Mega Rush. I knew I was forgetting something. That's very important, which again I will show later. But lucky for us, entering this door for the first time is a trigger to start chapter 3. So it doesn't look like it, like, you know, this door isn't supposed to be open, but like I'm hitting A right now, it's not opening. So the game just kind of like visually didn't properly update yet, but the game did actually. If I like go and I check my story progress, you can see it's like in an early chapter 3 state. You can see below like the story progress value here.
Okay.
But so from here, what we actually want to do is just start beating the mansion. Well, I was going to say normally, but not really normally. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to come over here. And the whole goal with this is we want to be able to jump in this painting. We need to get the portrait. Again, like you can see it. If I leave and come back, it'll visually update. So you can see, like, that's how it's supposed to look. There's no portrait there. We need to find it. The door below, if I was to go down there, it's like, yeah, you can kind of see it closed again. But so this is the record mini game where you're supposed to, you're supposed to play it. You're supposed to like watch them throw the record around. It's really slow. And then you're supposed to come over here. You play that record. This Boo really likes music, which is relatable. But you do that and then you come and you steal the weight from this chest. We don't need to do any of that. Actually, I'm going to combine a different glitch that I haven't shown off yet called NPC pushing with this Boo. This actually isn't necessary, but it makes the trick a lot easier. So if you use Bombette, whenever she's exploding, for some reason, whenever she lands, there's like one frame when she lands. If you are moving into an NPC, you can actually push them a little bit. And so I'm going to spin for the most speed to get the most push. It's kind of hard to see. But you can kind of see the Boo moved a little bit to the left there. And I'll do it again just to... Yeah, you can see it there. You can see the Boo, and you can actually visually see the Boo is like on the left side of the chest. Mm-hmm. And so that is going to make it really easy to just kind of jump behind the Boo and open this chest right from behind him. I made that look easy. It was easier with 2 NPC pushes like that, but also this is another like notoriously difficult trick to get quickly.
You can do it without pushing him at all?
You can, yeah. I've only ever done it like once, just screwing around. Like I always do at least one push whenever I'm doing runs.
So you went up like forward and to the right, and then you did like a backward angled jump. Is it because there's like a corner you can get behind?
Yeah, so there's kind of like a little bit of space where you can get in between the Boo and the chest. And so I just wanted to come at it with like the right angle and enough speed while landing that like you can kind of like get far enough behind to grab. If you do enough NPC pushes, you can actually push the Boo like completely out of the way and just walk up and open the chest. It's kind of funny. but that's pretty slow. It kind of defeats the purpose of doing the trick in the first place.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, so it's just like wedging myself in there and to where, the prompt to activate the chest is. Kind of funny thing, if you do that updates your story progress to where, I'm supposed to have grabbed the record from playing this minigame, but it's just kind of sitting there now. There's no reason to ever like come in here and grab it. Actually, funny thing, in 100%, so there is, if I upgrade my boots real quick, which I would get, like you get the super boots in here normally. So this lets you get star panels. So in a 100% run, you come in here, you get the star piece from underneath the record and then just leave it there. Because you don't need it.
You never touch it. That's great.
Yep. And so then from there, you can just like continue on normally. And then you would, you jump up here, you can place the weight. And that opens the door, and you can continue onward. You play the mini game to get the super boots, and then from there, the super boots are the only thing we need. It depends on what route you're doing. In most beginner and intermediate routes, you would actually complete the whole mansion more or less glitchless. It's just glitchless for the rest of it, and like you get the portrait and you'd put it up there. But we don't need that necessarily. So if we come out here. And so the next place you're supposed to go is Gusty Gulch, and there's a fence blocking your path. You can't get past it, but we can get past it if we do Bow Skip. And so this actually isn't recommended for until you're trying to get like for really tough times. Not because the trick itself is difficult, but just because this skips ever getting Bow, and you don't ever need Bow necessarily. But she's super nice in battles, like especially with Out of Sight. To be able to like do 2 hit attacks with Mario without taking any damage, but actually we can just do some loading zone storage jumps, and we just kind of have to make her go down. If I can get them, you just kind of jump over this bush here. Yeah, so just get down here, hold right. And if I just hold right, you just kind of land out of bounds up here, and you can just walk past the fence. And so skips getting Bow completely.
Okay. So yeah, so I was wondering like which partner or partners you don't use in certain categories. It sounds like Bow is not necessarily needed at top levels. What about Watt?
Right.
My other favorite
Watt, actually all the other partners we will be getting in every category. I think, unless I'm forgetting something. I think you get every partner but Bow in categories other than any percent.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And then in any percent, you only need. I guess you get Goombario by default. Do you?
Well, technically you can skip Goombario, but it ends up being slower because you're missing like some extra damage at the beginning. But
Goombario, Kooper, Vomit, and Lackluster, and that's it.
And Parakarry.
Oh, and Parakarry, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Although, funny thing about that, Parakarry is another one where it's like there's technically ways like you could skip him, but he's also another partner that's like he makes a lot of things faster, and also he's like really good in battle with like Shell Shot does a lot of damage for not that much FP, so it ends up being faster to still get him.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. All right, but from there we can just kind of like go around here, and then in this next room coming up. And actually, funny thing here, the game doesn't know you don't have Bow, so it kind of just like gives her to you really briefly for this cutscene. Then she goes back. All right, but in this next room up here, so normally what happens, if I just keep going to the right here, Bow is gonna pop out again, like it'll give me this cutscene. And actually, if I were to watch this whole cutscene, I would get to keep Bow, like I would have her until I change partners. So she's not
because
like
you have to use out of sight.
Exactly, yeah. And so she would just be my active partner, but as soon as I switch to another partner, she's gone for good.
Oh, interesting.
But
okay.
We don't need to do this. So there's actually a skip for this. The collision on this little hut thing, I don't know what it actually is. And like you can see, I had Bow, but now like she's gone. But the collision on this little hut thing is pretty weird. And if I do this setup where it's like I'm walking to the right towards this door, jump again, and then use Parakarry, and I messed it up. Okay. You're supposed to get a whole bunch of height. And I'm doing something wrong. Okay, there we go. I'm not sure what I was doing wrong. But this is just another instance of Parakarry like acting with... Again, I don't really understand it super well, but Parakarry, whenever you use him against like wonky collisions, sometimes behaves weirdly, like just, going really high up and stuff like that. And so if I just kind of like jump out of bounds here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just like fall off, hold down right for a little bit, back to right, and then I'm just going to start like mashing spin. And then down right. And like you could hear, actually, the Boo saw me. Like if you were listening, you could hear his little like exclamation point. But I managed to get to the loading zone before he could catch up to me. And that skips that whole cutscene. It's called Stanley Save, because that's the cutscene where Stanley
saved! He doesn't get eaten! Yes, I love that.
We save him in speedruns. It's great.
That's awesome.
All right, from here we what was next? Oh yeah, and just to demonstrate, this isn't really a glitch, but like I did say that you don't need Bow. And one thing that you might be wondering, like, well, isn't there that spike room where you're supposed to use Bow? Yeah. And there is. You're supposed to use Bow here, but actually, with good enough movement and speedy spin, you can actually just spin past it. You have enough time to get past all the spikes. And so that's like the main thing that would be worrisome. And then you can just kind of get the key. And then luckily, the game never like sets your respawn position to anywhere over here, so you can just like jump on the spikes and go back to the start.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Also, really funny thing, if you just leave the store and don't do anything, this Clubba is really bad at his job. I mean, he's just over and over. It's great.
Don't nobody want to hit you?
Yeah, it's kind of annoying sometimes because for reasons that I'm going to show just in a second, we're going to get Mega Rush, and Mega Rush is a badge that lets me do +4 damage whenever I have exactly 1 HP.
Okay.
And so, like, we actually use the Clubbas in some categories to like damage down to 1 HP, and like a lot of the times he'll just miss you, and you're like, no, I want you to hit me.
Yes, you're like, please, come here.
Yeah. Okay, but so Mega Rush is here in this room. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to come up to this chest, you're supposed to open it, jump up here, use Parakarry across. Little time saver you can do is if you just kind of like walk up to the side of this bookshelf, it's not precise at all. You just kind of stand here, use Parakarry, you just get a whole bunch of height from the bookcase. Another instance of Parakarry being weird with like wonky collision. So
you have like angle on the bed, and then suddenly there you are.
Yep, exactly. And then you can just kind of come down here and get Mega Rush, and that is So that's not a very good badge casually. You know, like, usually casually you're not going to be just like chilling at 1 HP. Maybe it gets you out of a bind if you get really lucky. But it is really good in speedruns, and I'll get to that in a second. So next thing that we would do is so there is actually a trick where you can. I wish I knew how to do it. It's like something that's only recently people started doing in runs. You can like frame perfectly open this chest at the same time this cutscene with Tuba starts, and you can overlap it, and it like looks really funny. But unfortunately, I don't know how to do it.
Oh, cool. But, like, so are they able to like open it and then start like running away as he's coming in for bed or something? It's like both cutscenes are playing at the same time, and you have to like know properly how to advance it so that you don't, I think, soft lock. But interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so it ends up being like you can watch both cutscenes at once, and it overall is faster. And it also, I really wish I could show it, but like I don't know how to do it. But like the snot bubble ends up like coming out of his butt for some reason. I don't know. If you watch, actually, if anyone wants to like have homework and for more to watch, if you search the Paper Mario All Cards TAS, which was done by Malio, it's a really well done TAS. That trick is actually done, and so you can see what it looks like. Yeah. Okay, but anyway. The reason I came here, so Tuba is not very happy that we stole his key, because he knows that is the secret to his invincibility, and he is actually invincible right now. Like, you can't beat him. There's no way.
Right.
So
and which is why you're like, ooh, do you not have a brain? Because he's like, no, we're gonna be stronger when we're together, and you're like, no, you're not.
Exactly, and then also hopefully I can get a little swag jump here. Oh, I got it. Okay, swag jump. That does nothing. It just looks cool. Okay, but so actually you're supposed to run away, and actually Tuba won't leave this door until you've gotten far enough away. Oh. And so we can just chill here. But if I go in this door, I can like go back in, and I just like spin down left and up left really quick. We can get around him.
Oh.
And so now we're like up on this collision behind him. He's chill. He's trying to get us. He can't do anything. But so there's an invisible wall back here, so we can't get past it. But again, more Parakarry out of bounds stuff. If I stand in just the right spot, use Parakarry, and that was not the right spot. This one is actually kind of precise. I think my camera might be weird because I was like slowed down a little bit there. Okay, there we go. So you can actually like get up here and then just jump down here and skip. It's not that big of a skip, but like you skip the running around the long hallway, and it looks kind of funny because you jump around him.
Right.
All right, and then from here, another thing that like isn't necessarily a glitch per se, but so we got Mega Rush. I want to show that in action, and so if I just load the next save file here, so we made it all the way over here. I'm gonna break this panel, go down. That was weird. Fitting for the show. That's never happened before.
What?
I have no idea what happened right there. That was probably some weird.
That's the name of the show. I need like the little horn, like pew, 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 pew. I feel like it happens once every show. That always happens.
Does it really? That's great.
Yes, I think it's happened every show.
It even happened in my GDQ run, like with the glitch exhibition.
I know!
I was like looking at the chat later, and they're just like, he said the thing, what they're saying now. Okay, but so there's 3 hallways here, moving on. And I'm actually going to, oh wait, let me make sure that she isn't still enabled. Yeah, okay, encounter normal. So I'm going to intentionally encounter one of these. You wouldn't want to do it in a run, because it is slow, but, to get an encounter. But I am going to the encounter, I'm going to run away really quick. Just to show something in a second. So just remember the second hallway I encountered that enemy. All right, but so this is the door right before the heart. We're going to do a badge equip here. I'm going to equip Power Bounce, and then I'm going to equip Mega Rush. And I am currently at 1 HP. And then, like, if you know how this boss, like, if you play the game, the deal with Tuba's heart is that he'll, like, start charging, and then he'll do, like, a really powerful attack. But he doesn't do that and... Yeah, you're supposed to have bow for it. But he does, so that gives us 2 free turns to do whatever we want. And the really cool thing about Mega Rush and the Power Bounce combo is that +4 damage applies to each individual jump that we do. So if I use Power Bounce on this heart right here.
He only has like 30 or 40 health, right?
I think he has 50, but he runs away at 45.
Oh,
and even if you
okay,
get him down, even if you get him down to 0, he still like he doesn't die, he just runs away.
Okay, maybe that's why I was thinking. Like it's
Could
40,
be,
okay, 45 works.
Yeah, so we can get huge damage output, and then he's just going to charge on this turn, and then if I do another Power Bounce, then... And so, like, just have to time those. But yeah, so I did 2 sets of 5 bounces along with a shell shot, and so that was enough to just like completely demolish him. Like we just, destroyed the fight. And then on the way back, remember how I encountered that one Goomba? Well, for some reason, literally just encountering that Goomba is enough to set his flag to defeated, so he's just gone.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a nice little time saver if you accidentally encounter one of them on the way in.
Right.
But
yeah,
like,
just guarantees they're not there.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh.
And then we can go over here, and I mean, like, fighting Tubba is already supposed to be, kind of a joke after you beat the heart. Like, he only has 10 HP. But, we're still at 1 HP. Tubba is not invincible anymore, and so all it takes to beat him in a speedrun is just jump. Just a casual 12 damage jump.
Right, because he only has 10 health.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
And so we can, like, from here, that's Mega Rush is probably the biggest reason as to why we want to do Chapter 3 early.
Yeah.
In a speedrun, because that lets us, the later chapters that we do, we now have that, and so we can use Peril strats, Peril being at 1 HP, to just, like, completely demolish pretty much all the bosses we come across.
Yeah, for sure. I have an important question. If he reads Stanley right there at the end, does that mean there are now 2 Stanleys?
Sure.
Double Stanley! Okay, cool. I was just curious.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. And so next thing, so this is all card. Well, this isn't all cards, but like in an all cards run, and actually the way we have 100% defined, you also have to touch all of the Star Spirit cards. In all bosses, we don't have to worry about this. We would actually just like leave and not even bother with the card. But there is a trick we can do called Card LZS. And so if you just kind of do loading zone storage jumps into the card, so this one shouldn't be too bad. Actually, I'm gonna save real quick just in case. Oh, 1 jump away.
Oh.
Okay, there we go. So, and you could hear the card. Like, I definitely touched it, and you heard it disappear, and the card is just gone now.
You have Starstorm now?
I do not. It's kind of weird, like the history with how this whole like thing came to be with like Card LZS. So originally, whenever this was all before my time, so this is all like secondhand information. But whenever all cards was like created as a category, the cards themselves were kind of just like an arbitrary point where it's like, oh yeah, so you touch the card, that means like, you beat the chapter. And so we'll just call it all cards, be kind of, just instead of calling it all chapters. But then it was discovered that you could touch the cards like that and not actually have to watch the Peach cutscene after it. And even though it really doesn't do anything other than make the card disappear, it's just kind of like, you touched the card, you've satisfied the role of the category. And plus it's fast, so, people like not having to watch cutscenes, and so it's just kind of stuck around all these years. But yeah, so like in an all cards or 100% speedrun, you would do that. You would also normally level up there, so I would have speedy spin equip. But that, yeah, you could just leave, and then depending on the category, like all bosses, you would go fight Junior Troopa in the forest, or all cards, you just take the blue pipe back to the sewers.
Okay. There's a question in chat who says, are you still playing Paper Mario The Black Pit?
Yes, I am.
Is that one of the badly translated ones?
No, there was actually a brand new ROM hack released like a week ago or so, and it's like, do you know the Pit of 100 Trials from TTYD?
Yes, yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, so it's like that, and it does have a mode that's like pretty much just that, but then there's also a different mode that's like a roguelike, where you just start with no partners, 10 HP, 5 FP every time, and then like every floor there's like, you spend coins, spend health, kind of like, I think the creator took inspiration from the Binding of Isaac for a lot of the stuff. And yeah, so you just try and get down to the floor 100. It is a lot of fun, and that's what I've been doing on stream the last week.
Nice.
But yes, I am still playing that. But anyway.
Yeah, I know he might not have chat open, but I do. Don't worry. So you can always ask in chat.
I have it open, but I'm not looking at it very closely. So
try to catch your questions and ask. It's all good. I'm on top of it.
All right, lost my place. Where was I?
You're saying you either fight Junior Trooper or go through the pipe.
Right. And so from there, actually, the next thing that we would do in a run is we would go and do chapter 5, and a lot of the stuff would actually like be pretty similar to what I showed before. Like you do most of the same tricks to get into the volcano and get through it. And then for all cards, you would just like, you need to make the card spawn, so you need to like fight the boss normally. But there's another way we can fight Lava Piranha that actually, it ends up not spawning the card, but is a lot faster if you don't need to for like all bosses. So we can get out of bounds right here again. But instead of like just using it to skip the boss, I am going to kind of inch my way down here. The walls in this area are they're like double-sided, so you can't just like clip out of bounds normally. Like they'll push me on either side. So I basically have to be like perfectly in the middle of the wall, which I am right now. And like I can tell, you can kind of see Mario's shadow is pretty big right there. That's how I can tell that I did it. So I am on the seam right here. If I just kind of like walk down here, I will land on the seam over here. Or it's not seam, I can land out of bounds right here. And then from here, so there's like no wall above me. Hopefully that doesn't spawn me back up. That is not what I wanted. Okay, we're going to do that again.
While you're doing that, Dr. Zebs would like to compliment your hair.
Oh, why thank you. Thank you, Zebs. Oh, wait, it's not gonna work.
Good volume.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's like a meme in my chat. I have like a counter for how many times we've talked about my hair.
You know what? I would take that.
Believe me, I have no complaints.
Yeah, when I go to Disney World, we do a count every day of how many people we think will say something about my hair. So I get it.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, so over here, tap down. And then, so once I'm over here, I kind of like just tap up to where like I can't see Mario. And then if I like hold right to fall, but then immediately hold down, the game will kind of like pop me back up. It tries to get me to go back on land, but there's like a double-sided wall there that I can't get through. So it's enough to change my direction, but not enough to like pop me back inbounds, which is good because I can use that. Well, I messed it up, but I'm in a safe position. Okay, so if you can kind of see like I popped it back up, but that lets me like get back over here. And remember way back during whenever I was showing Log Skip, we were talking about things stored 1,000 units below the ground.
Yes.
Well, Lava Piranha is currently stored 1,000 units below the ground, and he has an active hitbox. So if I actually get over here to like inch my way over until the camera zooms out, I'm going to do the same thing I did over there, but with a kind of an up left angle. I can just first strike Lava Piranha. And so I come into the battle, I have like an easy 6 damage. The game's playing the wrong music. It's playing like the regular encounter music.
Regular music. So weird.
And I'm actually gonna finish this fight.
Fine.
Alright. I'm just gonna do like a normal fight here. It's sometimes if you want to try and get the audience going, it's like, oh no, I died, but actually I have a life shrine.
Yeah, ta-da.
And so it actually works out really conveniently with this fight. That's so you get revived, but then Lava Piranha has 2 attacks left, and if you just like let him hit you, that one does 4, and then like the main head, I guess, does 5, and you're right back in peril. And so you can just hit him again. And then 4 should be enough. Yep. Okay. And so then that ends the first phase, and actually that'll fix the music. The second phase like changes the music, so it'll start playing the right music.
Question mark? Hello? Yeah. Again, I know I'm behind, and it's so hard not to.
Oh, sorry.
Long music.
Yeah. Luckily, from here you can kind of just you have 2 free turns on the second fight, so you can if you take the main dude out, and then you can like start doing damage to him.
Right. So interesting how it's chapter 5 specifically that just became something that you can just repeat over and over, like this one.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like nothing else in the game like it that I'm aware of. I mean, I guess it's probably has something to do with the fact that like normally when you get the card in chapter 5, like every other chapter you get the card and then watch the Peach cutscene. This one you get the card, but then it goes back and is like, oh, actually, there's a whole bunch of we have to escape from the volcano first. So
right,
I guess
that's gonna be it. Yeah.
But yeah, so those dudes just spit out those lava buds that didn't attack me. They would next turn, but that just gives me another free turn to do another 3 bounce with power bounce, and then Lava Piranha's dead. But I encountered him out of bounds, so it's not gonna end the fight in the way that it normally would. And actually, I'm going to start holding a little bit up of right on the analog stick. And then you see I'm still falling. He actually dropped some stuff. He dropped some coins and a flower. I've actually seen him drop a super stream before. I don't know what's up with that, but
what the heck?
Yeah, it's just falling forever. You can't get it, but yeah. So and then from here, you would in an all bosses run, you would just continue onward, and like for the rest of the chapter. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the boss is still actually. I want to check that now. Is the boss still there? I think it is. That's not a good. I can't. Hang on. Okay, yeah, it is still there. So if you wanted to, you could actually like use this to farm experience, and just keep fighting him.
Just you fight him over and over.
Yeah, because yeah.
Wouldn't you have to save the FP though, or does it heal you every time?
You would have to like have something to heal FP, yeah. And I mean, we never do that in speedrun or anything, but like if you were just playing casually and wanted to do that, that's a decent chunk of experience you can get.
Casual players do this all the time.
Okay, so I'm actually going to real quick swap out some saves that I have here. Playing this on EverDrive, which just makes things convenient. Yeah, load up this first file. Okay, and so then the next thing that I want to show is, so after beating chapter 5, we're in a state, so like in a speedrun, we would have beaten chapters 1, 3, and 5, but we still need to go back and beat chapters 4 and 2. And the reason we saved these for the end is because these chapters are actually a lot faster to beat if you enter them like already completed. So normally the entrance to the toy box is like, you're supposed to go in here, you're supposed to pull out bow, you're supposed to go invisible, wait for the Shy Guy to open it. But because the game is like, oh yeah, you're in a post chapter 5 state, we can just jump in. And you can see it like plays the like, oh, you're in chapter 4 thing. But actually the game still thinks like if I show you story progress. Yeah, it still says we're in a post chapter 5 state. Like you can see the train is there and everything. There is a downside to that though. If we go to the boss room, the boss isn't there. So, we have to do something to be able to actually fight the boss. And so what we're going to do is we are going to revert our story progress. But before we do that, you can see how there's like this shortcut. Since, you're not supposed to, like you're never required to unlock this shortcut, they didn't tie that behind story progress. They used a separate flag for that. So actually what we want to do, and you can see, let me use this map. It's actually very handy. So we're in the blue station right now. And like you can go to the right, you start going clockwise. The bosses are in the red station. And so what I am going to do is I'm just going to take the train twice. And I'm going to go like the whole way around so that I can unlock that shortcut.
Okay.
You can't do it in just one train trip because you can't like go to the same station you're at or anything. So I'm going to go here, I'm in green station, I'm going to hit this again, or I'm going to hit that, and then I'm going to go to the pink station. Okay, so we come out here. We're back in the red, or back in the like the first room. We're gonna unlock this shortcut, and so now this shortcut is permanently unlocked. Story progress will not ever affect that. It's just we have that shortcut. So I'm gonna talk to the toad.
What is this like? Does like unlocking this flag help with something, or?
Yes, and I'm about to show that. So right now, so now we have the shortcut open and we're in the pink station, which isn't immediately clear why we need to do that. But in the pink station, and actually, if I go over here, there is so the Magic Koopa will actually spawn something, like I made it. I set it so that it would spawn a Thunder Rage just to make things easier. Okay. Actually, in a speedrun, normally it would spawn a Fuzzy because like we never watched the Peach cutscene. You're usually in post chapter 3, Bowser is like, "Oh, what does Mario fear the most?" And then like you're supposed to try and say things that are actually not that bad. But we skip that, so it just defaults to the first option. But so in here, quick little time save we can do. You're supposed to go walk to the right, spawn a Shy Guy, get him to like open this. But if there's like a little gap here, if I go over here with Mario, use Parakarry, I can actually just kind of like clip out of bounds into the seam and then just walk in. So that's kind of handy. And so we can get over here. And I'm actually going to pull this menu up. So you can see I'm in chapter 5 right now. But getting the frying pan, which is right here, you can see as soon as I interact with the chest, it actually updated to chapter 4.
Oh,
so now, so now I'm back in chapter 4. And then, so we're going to make our way back.
So why is that like that specific trigger? Like, can you not try to go get Watt? Like, would that boss not be
Lantern
there?
Ghost also would not be there. Since like that's a boss and it's based on story progress.
Closest or easiest trigger. Okay, you just went out of bounds again.
Oh yeah, sorry. I just did the same clip. You don't have to do that. I think it's technically faster to not do that. But this guy is like really aggressive. And,
annoying.
Yeah, and he'll first strike you. And a lot of the time I'm not right now, but a lot of the time you'll actually be at 1 HP here. So him first striking you can be really bad. And so just clipping out of bounds there is a nice, easy way to get around him. Okay, but the reason we unlocked that shortcut, grabbing the frying pan reverted my story progress, and that's just something that's just hard-coded. Like, there are certain things that the developers just hard-coded, like this updates your story progress to this because we say it does.
Oh, but the flag is still there, so you can just go back
the other way. We can't continue on, but we can go backwards to the red station.
Big braining it.
Exactly. Because if we didn't do that, we would have to just beat the rest of the chapter normally.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so this triggers it so that, and I'm not actually gonna like fight the boss, but I just want to show that Lantern Ghost is there. So if we go through here, hopefully this room is kind of RNG based on what cycle you get. I kind of messed up, but I think I got a good cycle. Oh, I messed up. Okay, so I could have jumped up. I'm just gonna cheat, but I could have jumped up there and made that cycle. But yeah, so if I go in here, we can fight Lantern Ghost, which gives us Watt, and then with Watt we can then go, and you actually need Watt to trigger the general guy fight. So like this fight would be necessary.
Oh right, that makes sense. It makes sense that you would need it. Okay.
Yeah, because otherwise you like can't see. Oh, Watt's great. She's great.
Yes, I saw somebody in chat said it, and I immediately was like, yes. Watt and Bo are my favorite casual partners.
Yeah, I think I used Watt most casual, just because like her base attack doesn't, it ignores defense, so that's like really good
like
actually.
It's never affected, right?
Yeah, and so only other like notable thing that we do is after beating General Guy, just another Card LZS, and this is probably the easiest one. It's only 4 jumps, and they're like spaced nicely. All right, something I didn't mention. Well, I messed it up, and actually, I can't warp from here because the game would crash.
Oh,
so I'm gonna have to wait for a second. That's something that developing this practice ROM, I want to figure out how to not crash when warping. But
right, exactly. How many times do you get Watt puns in your chat per stream?
Get what? Oh, Watt pun. Actually, not often. I don't remember the last time I got a Watt pun.
Okay, because they're happening in here a lot today, and I didn't know if there was a correlation.
No. I'm fine with it. Puns are great. But yeah, something I should mention about Card LZS is actually you have to, whenever you're doing this, it's kind of particular about how you do it. You have to be falling because the way that it works is it's like you touch the card and that triggers the like whiteout basically to take you to like the cutscene that we just saw. But what we want to happen is we want to land on the ground and take this loading zone before that fade out can finish. And so if you are like, moving up, you're not going to hit the ground in time. That fade out will like happen too quickly.
Gotcha.
So that's why you want, like you see, every time I do that, I'll be doing it with a downward motion. And if I come back in here, you can see the card is no longer here. Same deal with Chapter 3. Didn't actually really do anything. I still have the Star Spirits from beating Chapter 5, but satisfies the rules of all cards. All right, and then after Chapter 4, or was there a question?
Oh no.
Okay.
Sweet. No, right now I'm thinking in my head. I'm like, okay, what would make sense in this game to do next chapter-wise? Because it's not going to make sense.
Well, real quick before we do go to a different chapter, I am actually going, like in an all bosses run, we would actually Fuzzipede. So Fuzzipede is like, is the whale actually here in the state?
The tuna.
Yeah, the tuna. So it's there.
The mini boss you would fight.
Yeah, so which is required for all bosses.
Right.
And so, yeah, we consider it a boss because it's like a unique.
All
fight.
bosses include mini bosses, so that would be all Junior Trooper fights as well.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And like we would fight the anti guy. That's in Chapter 4, and we actually in Bowser's Castle, if you fail the quiz, he sends out 3 anti guys at once that you have to fight. The anti guy's unit, and we fight that too. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that would be counted in all bosses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how we defined it, and it's one of the harder parts.
I've never tackled that myself, but I've seen it.
They
I
each
fight
have
the one.
50 HP.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, but we want to get to the, the way you're supposed to get to Fuzzipede is you're supposed to watch you touch the Chapter 4 card, you watch the Peach cutscene, you do all those cutscenes, and then you can come get down here, and Kolorado is waiting on the whale, and you can like do a spin jump to unlock him. But that's very slow. It takes like, I don't know, probably an extra 7 minutes or so.
Right.
But actually, if we do some LZS jumps here,
of course.
I don't know if I got that. No, okay, that wasn't far enough. And this is actually like considered, I don't know if I agree with it anymore. I don't know if the sentiment is still there around it. This was used to be considered like one of the hardest tricks in the whole game that people go for in runs. It doesn't help that Toad Town is like pretty laggy during this section because like the fast music is playing. But if I do that, I can get out of bounds over here. I'm going to kind of just fall off up and to the right just to put myself in a consistent position. And then from here, that's actually not the hard part of the trick. The hard part is navigating around this diagonal seam. So, so far, for the most part, we've just been walking, just go left or right, up or down on the seams. This one's diagonal. And so it honestly is like, it depends. The difficulty of this trick, I'd say, depends a lot on your controller that you're using, like where your notches are. And actually, it just works out. The controller I'm using right now is pretty good for it. So I'm just going to start walking down right. I'm going to just like hold right very briefly, and I came back in bounds. So without cheats, that's basically like, okay, so you need to do the LZS jumps again. So this is like, it is a pretty difficult trick. Like, I don't mean to say it's not.
Yeah, right.
But, yeah, so you get over here, Parakarry's doing his thing. I don't know.
Normal.
Just normal out of bounds things.
Right.
And then so like I just need to maneuver the rest of the way down the seam. And like I was able to just like walk right there. But like, some people have notches that are slightly angled in either direction. It can make it really hard to navigate there. But once you get here, things are pretty simple. You can get out of bounds. We're walking on the water again. And luckily, the loading zone for the whale always exists. So I can just jump right here. And we're inside the whale. I can pull out Watt.
Weird.
Like I could if I had Watt. Wait, where am I going?
Where you have to grab her?
Yeah. So like I would have had Watt. but again, like messing around with state stuff. And then so you can fight Fuzzipede here. And so that trick is called Early Whale. It's actually kind of funny that it's called Early Whale. We do use it here to trigger the whale early, but there is actually another category, Reverse All Cards, which I'm going to be showing some stuff in a bit, where you actually, the whole goal of the category is to touch all the Star Spirit cards in the order 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then go to the end and beat the game, because that's a thing you can do.
Yeah, why not?
And it takes about as long as our normal glitchless run, so...
It's so broken, why not have the category? If people find it interesting, you know, enough people are going to run it.
Yeah, but so the funny thing is Early Whale is actually a trick that's used twice in that category to, instead of like hit the whale early, you actually use it to revert your story. So it's like, I don't know, Late Whale or something. but yeah, so that's, you know, just this weird historical naming thing. All right, but after that, and or like ignoring this if you were just doing all cards, because this is unnecessary for all cards. The next thing that we would do is we would make our way through, and we would actually use the pipes. Oh wait, sorry. We would actually like use the sewer shortcut. Nothing crazy there. We just fight the blooper, unlocks the chapter 2 shortcut, and we could just skip right here. And so we are in a like a post chapter 4 state right now.
Okay.
And so that means like same thing as chapter 4. The ruins are just here. We can just walk right in.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things here that are controlled by flags, because it's like you have a lot of freedom with the order that you do stuff here. And so what you're supposed to do here is you're supposed to go in here, you're supposed to grab the key, come back, unlock that lock, and then drop the sand so that you can actually make it to the next room. But because we're in a post chapter 2 state, the sand is just already here, but the key... yeah. Well...
But yeah, same thing,
sure,
I guess.
Yeah. Well, I guess it depends. Like in all bosses, you'd be in a chapter 5 state. In all cards, you'd still kind of be in a chapter 4 state. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
But either way, it's post chapter 2. And so you can just grab this key and continue on. And we didn't unlock that lock, so we have an extra key. We can do the same thing over here. We can just run in and grab the key because the sand is already down, which lets us skip a decent amount. So I'm just going to come down here. I can unlock this lock.
Oh my gosh.
Or actually, I almost forgot. Before I do that, you're supposed normally, like in a glitchless run, you don't have the hammer you need to break this block, but I have the ultra hammer, so I can just break it without having to backtrack. And I would
good. In this instance, let's say you're doing like all bosses. You do the chapter 1, and then you do some of chapter 5, then 3, 4, and now you're in 2. So when did you get the ultra hammer?
I got the ultra hammer in the volcano. That was like right after the volcano.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's hard to keep track of it. That's fair.
Yeah.
Especially since I'm jumping around so much.
Right. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's like, I know this game so well. I can tell you where any star piece is, but then you start putting things out of order, and
yeah, no, that's fair. Okay, so we get that. We do still need all of the stones that you get from the stone shop, or I forget what they're called, but the things you get from the stone shops. And I still have another key. You're supposed to hit this switch, make the Pokies appear, fight the Pokies, make another key drop. But we can just use the key we have to unlock this and skip that completely. And then we're going to continue on down here. And I'm actually going to show, so you can see, like, these are, the pedestals where you're supposed to put the keys. But the way to Toot and Koopa is still open down here. And I just want to show, like, because we're in a post-chapter 2 state, this room is just empty, can't fight the boss. So even though we can get down here, doesn't matter. So what I'm going to do is we are just going to continue over here. This is another thing. You're supposed to, like, break the block down below to drop the sand here, but we don't need to do that because the sand is just already there for us. Gonna get the moonstone. And I actually, so in chapter 5, after getting Sushie, really quick picked up Power Quake. Power Quake is really cool because it lets us do, even if you don't charge it, whenever you're in peril, you still do like 6 damage. So I can get a really quick area of effect 6 damage on all enemies.
Wow.
So that's really convenient for like for 4 FP, which especially the more enemies there are, the more convenient that is. You do have to worry a little bit about heart drops. The game's trying to help you, but it actually hurts you.
Right, so you just have to make sure you avoid basically any drops you would have, right?
Yeah, basically.
I assume if you're not doing 100%, you're not really using coins in these runs.
Right. Yeah. No, the only thing that other than 100% coins are only really relevant. You need 5 to buy speedy or not 5, 50 to buy speedy spin. But after we buy that, yeah, we pretty much just ignore.
Right. What about like these partner upgrades that was like right there, for example?
Sorry, what was that?
Partner upgrade that was like right there. Is that
useful? Oh yeah. I'm ignoring it for now, but yeah, you would. We would in a speedrun like grab that and upgrade. I think you usually upgrade Parakarry there. But yeah, having Bow and Parakarry, not Bow, Bombette and Parakarry upgrade is usually pretty good because Bombette gets you Power Bomb, which is like you combine that with Power Quake, and then that's a really quick 12 damage to all ground enemies. And then Parakarry is just nice for, well, sometimes you use Airlift, but it's also just the extra damage on Shell Shot is really good.
Exactly. Yeah, if you're using that a lot.
Yes. Okay, so we need some way to we use the frying pan in chapter 4 to retrigger chapter, to make the boss appear, to revert our story. But we need some way to do that in chapter 2, and kind of unfortunately, the only really viable way to do that is to grab the super hammer. Like, we already have the ultra hammer, but now we're gonna downgrade it. And yes, that does actually downgrade us to the super hammer, and we can't get the ultra hammer back. There's some, it's not as bad as it sounds. There's actually, and there will be one trick coming up ahead that like makes this possible, because there's like actually only one more ultra block in the game that we would normally need to break. And actually Power Quake, which I was just showing off, that badge does the same amount of damage no matter what level your hammer is. So we actually still do the full damage with that. So that's really cool. But it does still suck that we had to downgrade our hammer. Real quick thing while I'm here, and this is what we would do in 100% run, there is a badge, Slogo, that is, it's really well hidden, but also there's like no indication that it is there, like that there's anything there. So I don't know how you're supposed to find that casually other than like finding a hint or like, I don't know how you're supposed to find it casually. But anyway, there is a fast way to get up to it. So if you saw I was able to just kind of jump up onto this chest, if I just kind of like jump and tap down, and I'm gonna walk over here just to like it's not that precise, but just like about right here. I'm going to buffer a like down left-ish angle and then do a spin jump, and that'll actually clip me up here, and you can just walk through this wall. Here's Slogo. Not a very good badge, but I don't know. Everybody always wants to see a speedrun of Slogo. It wouldn't be worth it. I promise.
Yeah, no, it would not be worth it. I feel like, I don't know, like I've landed on those ledges multiple times casually. So like, I guess it's never really been a big deal. Like, I'm like, yeah, it's a badge.
Yeah, and like if you were doing this glitchless, it still would be faster. Like you would have solved this puzzle, and then you just like kind of drop down here and go over here.
Right.
But since we're skipping that, it's faster to clip up here. And yeah, I see someone in the chat. Yeah, the fortune teller gives you a hint, but like, you shouldn't need that to find it. Personally,
yeah, I've never heard the hint. I just kind of like to try to land on the ledge,
which is fair. But yeah, so from here you can see like I updated my story progress to chapter 2, so now the way is closed, and then I can just place all the stones in the right order, and in the order that I grabbed them. You always well, apparently I grabbed them in the wrong order, because now I usually just select the bottom one. Apparently that was wrong. I don't have the actual order memorized. Wait, what is it? Is it like the room where it is locked actually? I think first and second might be moved.
I think the diamond is in the middle. I'm gonna help you out.
There's only so many combinations. Yeah, normally if I must have done things out of order, because normally you just I think I'm trying every combination before the right one. Yeah, normally I just select the one that's on the bottom every time, and that does it. Right. There we go. First try.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, I was about to say, like, oh, I'm helping.
I think I may have tried every other combination. Okay, but anyway, so that opens the path up, and you can go down here, and then you can fight the boss.
Right.
And so after you beat it, so that once we get there, we can do it.
So
all right, good.
Getting the super hammer is like the only flag that will set that correctly.
It's the only it's the only one like inside the ruins. There's other stuff you can do like outside the ruins, but then the ruins will disappear, and we'd have to actually find the pulse stone to make it appear, and so but after that, one more card LZS that we can do. And this one, honestly, like it's the shortest, but I'd say it honestly might be the hardest because you have to deal with like this door. And so usually what I do is I kind of just like jump back.
Oh, gotcha.
I just kind of have a little setup that I do.
You want to jump down into the card.
Exactly. And so this one, the spacing is also weird. So I do like 2 full jumps. And on the last one, I just jump straight up in the air, but then hold right to slowly go into it.
Okay.
And yeah, this one's kind of difficult, especially since like my first jump is like kind of short. So it's harder to time. But you can see it like right there.
There it is.
And now the card's gone. And thankfully, that is the last card LZS. There's only 3 of them you have to do, because you can only do it in rooms that have like loading zones. We could actually do it in Chapter 6, Flower Fields, but it for reasons that I'll get into later, it wouldn't actually help anything.
Okay.
It would be the hardest one, and it wouldn't be fast.
Right, and then Chapter 7, can you not go back through that door?
Right, yeah, no, you can't do LZS with a door. So,
okay,
yeah, but even if you could, for the same reasons, well, I can just explain it. So, in Chapter 6 and even 7, if you could do it, card LZS would not be faster because technically, you see, I just did the Chapter 2 card LZS. Technically, the game still considers me to be in a Chapter 2 state, and so if you were to do this, you can't progress the game normally. Like if I wanted to go from here to Chapter 3. In any kind of normal way, I can't do it because the game is just like, no, you're still in Chapter 2. And so then if we did that in, say, Chapter 6, the card would be gone, but now we need to get to Chapter 7, but we can't because we didn't watch the Peach cutscene. And so our only option would be to go do a Peach Warp, which kind of defeats the purpose because all that would do is play the post-Chapter 6 Peach cutscene, which we could have done by just touching the card. So... So no Chapter 6 card LZS. It is actually, again, I mentioned reverse all cards. It is actually faster in reverse all cards, but I don't think anyone, at least so far, is crazy enough to go for it. So.
Gotcha.
All right, but yeah, so moving on to Chapter 6. And so I showed way back, I showed early Laki. And unfortunately, we can't, if we need to beat Chapter 6 normally, we can't do early Laki because that skips getting everything you need to plant this beanstalk. And so then like you would end up getting to this point. It's like, okay, now plant everything, and you don't have anything and you can't get it.
Right.
So Chapter 6. Oh yeah, what's up?
So then to get it to set the right flags from 2 to 6, is it just like making sure you collect the seeds along the way? So you can do that?
Yep, correct. So along the way, we were collecting all the seeds, and so we just give them all to Minty. She plants them, and then the door appears. We enter 6, and that triggers starting actually Chapter 6. Cool. So yeah, so now back on track, and we do 6, 7, and 8 in order for the rest of the way.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so no more weird going back and forth in time or anything.
Yeah. What does that was?
Should be a little easier to follow.
1, 5, 3, 4, 2, 6, 7, 8.
Yep, exactly. And actually, if real quick plug for my YouTube, I have a video where I like went in like detail about why those are like in the order that they're in.
All right, you heard it here. You need to go check that out. Go check that video out.
YouTube.com/JCoggers.
JCoggers.
Okay. Yes.
There you go. Well, we'll talk about that at the end too. Any plugs and stuff.
Fair. Anyway, so there is some stuff that you could do in Chapter 6, nothing too crazy. For instance, there is Yellowberry Skip. So there's like this gate, this berry wants this flower wants a yellow berry, and we can at least postpone. So like in a speed run, what you'd have to do is you'd have to go into this room, go get the yellow berry, and then come out. Like that's the only thing on the first trip. There's a lot of backtracking in this chapter. On the first trip, that's the only thing you need in there. But if we do some LZS jumps, jet up right here, so we can land. And I actually messed it up. Pretend I got that. So it's just like I was holding upright. I think I let go of it at the wrong time. But so you can get on the CU and then get behind here, and then that skips getting the berry the first time. We have to come back here later, so we still end up getting the yellow berry and using it. It just like cuts out a quick trip over there. And this gate is one-sided, so you can just like walk back through on the way back. Another thing that we can do, and that's basically it as far as what we can do in chapter 6. You can do early Laki like I did before. Once you've collected everything, just to save, it saves like 10 seconds. It's a very difficult trick to do for just 10 seconds, but you can do it.
Right.
There's a little bit more like if you're doing 100% where you need to collect all the upgrades. So what you're supposed to do is like go around here. Like there's no path up here on this side to get up there. So you're supposed to go around and like go through the gauntlet of the daisies right there. But if you hop on Laki and just kind of, so I'm just holding right now, but if I hold a little bit down of right, you see I can kind of like get behind him. And if I hit B to hop off at the right time, you can see it kind of worked, but not quite. It's like kind of finicky. But yeah, so you can just like, if you hit B at the right time, you can just kind of clip up here and then get the upgrade.
Nice. So then getting early lackluster, that will trigger you farther in the chapter than you should be, and you can't do the other things. Is that why?
Exactly. Yeah, because you're supposed to get all of it's like the what is it? The magical water, the bean, and the soil. You're supposed to get those three things, and you get all of that before you unlock Laki.
Right.
And so if you're in a
here after you get him.
Yeah, so it's all story trigger based, and just the way that things are like hard coded, you can't go back. If you're past that, it assumes you must have already done those cutscenes and gotten those items. So there's no, if you could find some way to speed up chapter 6, you would make a lot of speedrunners very happy. This is sure. This is a very slow, backtracky, honestly kind of difficult chapter, just because like the movement is kind of hard to do well. But once you get up here, you do still have to go back the other way through. And honestly, I usually count on one or two encounters in a 100% run, just going through here. But it's at least better than having to go through it twice.
Yeah, I agree. How long is the current 100% time?
It's about it's somewhere around 5 hours and 20 minutes. I forget exactly.
That's not that bad. That's really not that bad.
Yeah, for a 100% category, yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, seriously. Come a long way.
Yeah, definitely. What was I gonna do next? Oh yeah, another like tiny thing. I'll just make my way over here. Or wait, I could just be right Laki. I'm gonna make my way over here. Just a little quick thing I wanted to show.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny. Oh, is this gonna work in this state? It might actually not. No, because the water's here. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna real quick revert to an earlier state. Just because I want to show this off. Okay, that should work. Yeah, okay, so now we're in a state before like we filled everything up. Got the dreary music back. So that tree actually has a gem and jelly.
Right.
And you're supposed to like go the whole way around here if you want to get it, and then you can hammer the tree, and then there it is. But instead, like a nice little quick time saver is if you have Flarakarry and you just kind of like line up on the edge right here, you can just Flarakarry across.
Oh my god.
And then hit the tree and get it. So just a little quick time saver. And that is actually done in 100%, I think, if I remember correctly.
Makes sense.
And then other thing. Okay. Next thing that I want to show, which is actually this is something that you would some routes do in any percent. I don't think every route. Let's just work back to the beginning here. So in the Japanese version exclusively, And so far, everything, I think I mentioned, I don't know if I mentioned, the Raph / Yoshi skip, which was how we like got to the volcano really quick. The method I use there with Flarakarry is actually patched in English, so they added an extra wall there. You can kind of scale the tree to get out. I've never done it before, but there's a different way to do it in English. But everything else that I've shown so far is like also doable on the English version of the game. But what I'm about to do is something else that is exclusive to the Japanese version. And so if you look at my items right now, you can see I've got a full inventory. I have a full 10 items. And I'm actually going to bring up a menu right here. It might be kind of hard to see, but this is a list of like all my items here. We can duplicate items in the Japanese version. There's a way to do it without Laki, but it's a lot harder. So I'm just going to show the Laki method. Okay. So if I have an item right here, and I hop on Laki, and then you see I'm going to eat an item, but I want to duplicate this life shroom. So I'm going to eat an item below the life shroom, and I'm holding left. So what's going to happen is I ran into it, but I'm still eating it. And so you can see that, like the prompt is still up there, but actually what happened is I ended up deleting the wrong item. Okay, I haven't deleted the wrong item yet, but I overlapped it with getting this different item. So that stinky herb is gone. There is a gap. If I bring up this menu again, you can see that I only have 9 items, but the cursor doesn't know that. And so I'm going to throw this life shroom. But you can see it didn't actually delete anything in my inventory. So now when I pick it up, I have 2 life shrooms. That's kind of hard to follow. So let me do it a little bit again. And I'm going to do it with the menu.
Yeah, let's see if I can explain it back.
Yeah, so I'm going to eat this, and you can actually see it disappear. As soon as Mario, like, there's a certain animation, you can see the stinky herb disappears. But this menu is offset. And so what ends up happening is, so there, like, yeah, this menu, the cursor is off by 1. Yeah. So like it says I'm pointing right here. It says I'm pointing at the life shroom, but I'm actually pointing at that blank spot at the top of my inventory. And so if I toss this, it still tosses the life shroom, but it deletes the item in slot 0, which is nothing. Right. So I can toss that, it puts the stinky herb that I picked up there, and then I can pick up this life shroom, and I have another one.
Okay, that makes more sense. Cool. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. So honestly, not as useful as you might think. It is really nice in 100%. Usually we'll dupe Jelly Ultras, which sell for 200 coins, and so that's just an easy way to make money. You will see it in any percent. It's used to dupe repel gels, which are useful against Final Bowser. But yeah, if you try to do this on the English version, they actually patched it so that you don't have a hitbox, like right there. Well, okay, I was too far away, but you don't have a hitbox. And so you just end up not picking up the item that's on the ground, and so it doesn't work.
Weird. Okay.
Yeah, so that's a cool glitch, and this is just an easy place to show it because infinite supply of stinky herbs.
The herbs, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then so that's pretty much it for chapter 6. But I'm gonna go ahead and go on to chapter 7, which is much more filled with glitches. And I'm not gonna show it. I already showed what happens if we do a Peach Warp to beat chapter 7. In an all cards run, actually that's what you would do. You would, after beating chapter 6, you go and do a Peach Warp, and that spits you out like, oh, you beat chapter 7, but opening the door is actually a trigger to put you back in chapter 7, so it's just a really quick way to get there. So, but that's kind of boring, and you've already kind of seen that. So I am going to show all the stuff that you would do in an all bosses run, because there are bosses in chapter 7 we need to fight, like there's a Junior Troopa variant there, and then also Monstar. And so if I go... Well, actually,
hardest
you know
boss
what?
in the game, Monstar.
Hardest boss in the game, definitely.
Yep.
Actually, I just realized I'm getting ahead of myself. Real quick, before we do that, we need to get the Ultra Boots. So, like, I have the Super Boots right now. There's a Super Block right here that, you know, I do have the Super Hammer I was able to open, but the Ultra Boots are hidden behind an Ultra Block. And so I cannot break that. Like, there is no way for me to break that block. But I can clip behind it. So what we're going to do now, and this is actually like one of the more difficult tricks in the game. So there is one frame where you can open a partner or item menu whenever you're encountering an enemy. So this may take me a couple tries. Yeah. So yeah, so I have like a little setup I do. Okay, there we go. So I opened the partner menu at the same time that I encountered the enemy. And so now I am going to run away. And the menu is still open, but I was on Laki when I did that. And so now I switched to Sushie. And this is another trick where we don't like, hang on, you know, put a cheat on just so I don't get encounters here. Well, that works. I meant no encounters, but okay, that's fine. So he's just gone. But so right now I am in a really weird state where my hitbox is actually the same hitbox that I have whenever I'm riding Laki. Usually what it does is it's like it shrinks Mario's hitbox so that like Laki's hitbox is the bigger one. And encounters everything. But what I can do with that is I can actually like so I'm holding left right now. If I just hold a little bit up of left, I kind of like, you see I sort of get really close to the block. I can just jump on top of it. And
can you fit through that doorway?
You can't like this. So there's another thing, and this is the part that we like really don't understand why it works the way that it works. But in this state, and so I'm actually going to demonstrate it just so you can see what it looks like, and then I'll get Clippy again. But if I hop on Laki, I'll just immediately be on him, and it will teleport, or so what is it? It teleports Mario to Laki's Y position. So like if I'm up top, it'll like pull me down low. But then it'll teleport Laki to Mario's X and Z position. So like where I am up or left, right, forward, back. And so you can see like if I hop on him, I'm just immediately on him. If I hop off, though, I'm like soft locked and falling forever. So this is a very dangerous trick to mess up.
Hi, Mario.
Yeah. Oh shoot! I deleted that enemy. I didn't want to do that. Hold up. I have a way to get him back. Okay. Okay, he's back.
Okay, so.
What the? Oh, I was like, why is this not working? But okay. Anyway, okay, so now I'm gonna actually do the trick. So I'm gonna get Clippy, and that's what we call getting that state where you have that weird hitbox. We call that getting Clippy. Like that's the state you have.
Yeah, no, this is a glitch exhibition. It's showing off like all the things you could encounter in different types of runs. We're gonna have some stuff that's not necessarily related to the run or to any run categories. But right now, like we've gone from like the progression of any percent up through like the different chapters or like all cards or all bosses and then a couple of details about 100%. But it seems like you're more showing like all bosses and all cards.
It's like a combination. Also, I just realized I just want to Laki there. But yeah, I guess right now it's more all bosses. This part is also done in all cards though. Yeah, so I can hop up here, and I walked over at just the right spot so that Laki would kind of like get caught down where he is right now. And then if I do a little bit of a setup to jump up here at this door and then hop on Laki at the right time, and I did not do that right. And so now the backup bit of speedrun is to just leave so that you don't like get forced off Laki and soft lock.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's try that again. I think part of it is that I wasn't going at full speed, so it's like sometimes tricks are harder if you're not like, if you're taking the time to slow down and explain them, they can actually get harder.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed that a little bit throughout the episodes that we've done is like, occasionally people will be like, okay, this is weird, not doing it as fast as usual. Like, just trying to slow it down once. Once you do it at the right speed, suddenly everything feels natural again. But yeah, I understand that like it could be.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, this time I was standing in a weird spot before. So this time, and all I'm doing, I'm just holding up left right now, and the door frame is kind of blocking me. But if I just kind of like jump up, hop on Laki at the right time, and like you saw, it warped me down to Laki, but it warped Laki to my X and Z position. And so that like forces you through the door. And actually it's funny, like if I try and go back through this door on Laki, it pushes me back. The block is like pushing me away. And so this lets me, and so that's why I like got pushed into the loading zone. And so I can use this. This gives me the Ultra Boots. And then you can leave, and so that you get pushed if you're on Laki, but luckily if you're just like normal Mario, you just can just walk through the block the other way, which is really nice. And so that's the only real downside to not having the Ultra Hammer at this section.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that's our way to get around it. It's a little slow, but it's definitely still way faster than having to do the earlier chapters, like in a more intended way.
Right.
Okay, but moving on to chapter 7. So once we what's that?
So now we're prepared to go.
Yes. Now we have the Ultra Boots, which we need. We actually need those. So normally what happens here is, we're in chapter 7. We're supposed to go over, get accused of murder, go have to prove our innocence. But we can. Oh, actually, real quick, we're also like locked in town. He won't let us leave, and we can't leave this loading zone. Even if we were to somehow clip back here, which there is a way to do, you can't leave. They did not want you leaving. They completely disabled that loading zone. But what we can do is we can skip straight to the proving our innocence part. We can just kind of do a Laki clip in there, jump up the stairs in here, and then jump on the spring. And because we didn't set our state inside building state correctly, whenever I go down this chimney, the whole thing's just going to be dark. It actually darkens it. It's kind of funny.
Oh, weird.
In the void with Herringway. But yeah, so talking to him updates our story progress to where we're in a state past getting accused of murder. And then you just kind of maneuver down. I know the layout because I've done it a bunch, but I guess I should show for anyone who was wondering what that actually looked. It's still weird. Okay. I was gonna show what that looked like. Probably if I leave and come back. And you can hear as the music changes to whenever you're trapped here after doing
right.
It. Yeah,
When the mystery actually begins.
Yeah, exactly. All right, but this is what this room looks like. It's just a room with some stairs and a door.
Right.
All right, bro. We can go over here, and I'm actually this next part you would not do in a speed run because it's gonna crash the game. But I think it's kind of funny. So right here, if you, as soon as I go through this door, I'm gonna pause and watch. I believe it's Herringway.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm gonna pause right here, and then when I unpause, he's a normal penguin now. Don't know why. But going over here to trigger this cutscene, it starts playing as normal. And so normally we would just watch the cutscene normally in a speed run, and then this lets us leave. But then turns out the mayor is actually not dead. He just slipped and fell, and nobody checked his pulse. It's fine. Just jump straight to murder accusations. No biggie.
Yep.
It's fine. I'm not bitter.
That purple penguin is the worst character in this game.
Okay, but right here, he's gonna try and give him the present. And yes, I agree.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna try and give him the present, but he doesn't have the animation, the proper animation, because he's the wrong penguin. Or at least I'm pretty sure that's why this crashes, and the game is just crashed.
Okay, how many ways have you seen over the years this game crash?
A lot of ways. Yeah. I'd say there's a couple, and I'm gonna show a few more later.
Okay, awesome. So weird. That's so weird.
It is kind of weird.
Well,
but okay, so I'm gonna go ahead. That's a convenient place to load my next save. So I am going to load into a state where we're in. Yeah, okay, good. We're in chapter 7. I had a little bit of a thing where my saves, apparently I didn't save them properly when I was setting them up, so I was scrambling to get those ready before today. But I think I have them good.
We're here for it.
We're actually not completely good because hang on. So I apparently messed something up slightly. Yeah, this is a chapter 5 state. No, I'm supposed to be in a state whoops. I'm supposed to be in a chapter 7 state right after having done that cutscene. Let's see if I can. I need access to the water, basically. Okay, yeah, this. Hold just gonna advance until the music is normal. Okay, there we go. This is where I'm supposed to be. I'll save in case I do.
All right.
Okay, there we're fine. Okay, but this next glitch is probably my favorite glitch in the entire game. So it's called Sushie Glitch, and this is actually another one that's like really easy to do yourself. So if you just kind of like walk on this platform, you see it's like kind of angled weird, but I'm just gonna hold up and mash C down, and sometimes that happens. Sometimes the game behaves normally, but if I do it right, and apparently it doesn't really want to work right now for some reason. Wait, that time I was just too far to the left. Might not be mashing fast enough or something. I actually don't know why this is failing. It fails on me. It tends to fail on me sometimes.
Just like randomly, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm honestly not sure why. But it miscalculates where you're supposed to go and just like puts you into the land. Yeah. So you could just swim on land as Sushie, which is great.
Is there any other area in the game that you can do this with her?
Yes, and I actually will be showing that later.
Right, good. Okay, I thought so. Yeah.
Because it is actually used in reversal cards. Okay, but this is really cool. It's not useful yet. And I'm just actually going to show you. You can just dive under collision, which is really cool. And you can like, in this area, you can just kind of go back and see like, oh, hey, it's the whole area. And so there's a junior Troopa fight here, right? So you might be thinking like, oh, maybe you can like go around the trigger. No, Junior Troopa has amazing eyesight, but it actually only ever checks your X coordinate. So like no matter how far away you go, you can't actually get past Junior.
That's amazing.
But yeah, so I'm just gonna do this fight. And actually something that I didn't mention before, but a new badge that I picked up in chapter 6, super jump charge. So this is like right before the Huff fight. It's just like on a cloud in the room right before the fight. And so if I start using that, then I'm also going to do real quick just a little extra damage just to make sure this works. And then if I block 2 attacks from Junior and keep charging, do 1 more block. Alright, so now I'm in peril, and I have 2 jump charges that each give me +3 to my jump power, and so I'm just gonna wail on Junior.
And
I got capped there. Okay, so he didn't actually die. That's something I didn't touch on. This game, power bounces have an element of RNG to them. And so it depends on like different enemies have different multipliers, but basically the game has a random chance of just like, even if you hit the action command correctly, you get capped. And so right there, that's like it caps me at 4, and I could tell there's a different animation if you get capped versus if you mess it up. So like Mario went flying back through the air, but if you mess it up, he just immediately falls to the ground. But that's why I did that little, yeah. So that's why I did that extra little damage to Sushie though, because now he actually has like less than 4 HP. So if I do another squirt, he's still dead.
So he's got about 50 something.
I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, if you did 8 with Sushie and then you did...
Oh, and then... the game doesn't like you doing this out of bounds.
43 with the other 2. Yeah, it was 51 damage, so yeah.
Is that what it was? Okay. But, so I'm in a state, and you can actually see Mario... I actually still have Sushie Glitch active right now. You can kind of see Mario doesn't have a shadow, and if I'm just like moving around, it kind of like remembers the last animation he was doing when he stopped. So he just kind of keeps doing it, which is kind of funky. I can hammer, and he'll just like stay there with the hammer. I can spin and he'll just, I don't know, he's gonna pirouette forever or something. But if I go through this loading zone, I'm just immediately back on Sushie again. And so then in an all bosses run, we need to fight Monstar. And so Monstar is over here, and actually Sushie Glitch behaves really funny on slopes. Just kind of goes go really fast. But I'm just gonna like kind of maneuver out here. I'm gonna do the Monstar fight from out of bounds. I'm gonna say, let's choose the second option. Say, actually don't know what that says exactly. But like I have just enough FP that I can take out, the hardest boss in the game.
Hardest boss.
Although it is funny because if you like drop that power bounce, you're at 1 HP, so a monster can actually kill you.
Well, all you have to do is you didn't have to hit it 4 times. You only have to hit it.
Oh, did I? I may have done an extra one. You're probably.
I think it only has 10 HP, right?
I think it's 20 actually.
It's 20?
I'm not 100%.
I don't know.
Sure.
At this point, I get it. It dies in like 1 turn, so I don't remember.
Yeah,
so, like,
fair.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, so like in this state, you know, same thing that happened with Junior, you just kind of like get dropped out of bounds and then spawn back at the start. So that's like an easy way to get back. But then the whole reason we actually got Sushie Glitch, that stuff was actually kind of slow, is because we can dive under here and just go to the loading zone back here that you're supposed to like get the scarf and the bucket to like open up the doorway. But we can just dive underneath the collision. And so from here, I do have to be a little careful not to soft lock because, like, if I go down there, for instance, I'm just trapped and can't get out. But I'm going to do this. I'm going to intentionally take this encounter because it will temporarily disable Sushie Glitch. And Sushie can go upstairs, but she's really slow at it. So it's still faster to just, like, take this encounter and then jump up normally. And then also a funny thing where you're in this state, enemies can't see you. So they're just, I don't know, they're vibing. All right, but I'm going to go up here. And then one last thing that Sushie Glitch lets us skip here. So normally you're supposed to use Kooper to, you know, hit this switch right here. And then there's like a Duplighost that spawns and, you know, you're just like, oh, which one's the real Kooper?
The whole thing, yeah.
Let's just not do that.
So you
just go right past it.
You can jump back on Sushie whenever because of this glitch?
Going through a loading zone, yeah. I'm actually
going through a loading zone. Gotcha, that makes sense.
Yeah. There is like a little bit of nuance to it. Like I think if you encounter too many times, you'll like soft lock or something like that. So like, you don't want to do more than one. I mean, I think you might be able to get 2 encounters. I forget exactly that much.
Screen.
But yeah, going through the loading zone resets it, so that's good. But if you want to get rid of Sushie Glitch permanently, what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna go into battle. I'm gonna swap to another partner, and then I'm gonna run away. And then we can go on our way. There is one last little, like you said, Mario like kept spinning way too far past the loading zone. But that was the last little visual glitch. And so next, well, that actually brings us right to the next glitch, which is Ice Staircase Skip. And so like this is actually where I was showing off movement like at the very beginning of the showcase. But what you're supposed to do here is you're supposed to blow up this wall. You're supposed to watch the cutscene where you get like the star stone or whatever it's called, so that you can place it in this pedestal. Fun fact: you can walk into this pedestal. Not helpful, but you can do it.
Star something.
Something like that.
Yeah, I forget too. Yep, I actually don't remember either. It's cool.
I never get it anyway, so you know I skip it. So this trick is another one that's Japanese exclusive. So we're gonna like clip into this wall. Excuse me. Yeah, we're gonna clip into this wall. I think what they did in English is so there's no floor on the back side of this wall, but I think in English there is. I'm not 100% sure, but it's definitely patched in English. That much I do know. So this one is like kind of precise. It's actually very precise. I have to like stand in just the right spot. I'm like looking at Mario's sideburn to know if I'm like in the right spot. I'm actually not even sure if this is gonna work, but I'm gonna do a Laki clip. And this is kind of similar to like the Peach Warp one, but I'm gonna hold upright and hopefully, yeah, okay, I did it right. So I was standing in the right spot, and so I clipped out of bounds. And so if you fail it, you'll just like pop back up in bounds. Nothing too exciting. But what I can do from here, so if I just hold up, so there's actually a wall there, but if I hold a little bit to the left of there, I'm going to fall, and I'm going to land up here where the save block is. I guess you could save if you wanted to like be safe, but this next part's not too bad. I'm just going to walk off the edge, hold upright a little bit. I'm going to land on this seam, so I'm actually still out of bounds. And then from here, I can just kind of fall, hold down right, and then pop back up all the way up here. And so that skips like the whole cutscene of the stone and then like watching the staircase rise. And we can just go straight in.
That's awesome. Okay, so what I've been kind of wondering throughout this is that when you land on all these seams, you're like, okay, you just kind of like go over here, you fall, and then you're able to land on the seams really well without, like without, I don't know, clipping back and bounds. How do you make sure you land in the right spot?
So you actually have like a decent amount of leeway on the seams, and so like that one was like a perfectly perpendicular one, or I guess, yeah, perpendicular to the camera. And so like just holding left and right, I'll like never
left, right.
Yeah, never come back in bounds. But like there, I just through practice and muscle memory, I know about how long to hold upright, but it's not that precise. There's like there's a pretty big window to where you can do it, and like if I go too long, I'll just like spawn back at the top. So basically, I would err on the side of too far instead of not enough, so that you at least stay out of bounds.
For sure, that makes sense.
Yeah. All right, so but from there, so this is, and like if we had done a Peach Warp, like which is what All Cards does, it just puts us right here, and so this is where the stuff syncs back up. So in here, I am going to go ahead and we do need to real quick grab a blue key because, well, that's just what you're supposed to do to be able to unlock the door. But we don't need the red, or do we need the red? No. I'm confusing myself now. We do need the red key, but we need to take a little bit of time. So I got the key, but it's kind of a misnomer. This isn't a mirror. Like if you play through this dungeon normally, you end up finding out like, oh, there's actually 2 duplicates on the other side, and those are where, you know, that's like the whole gimmick of this dungeon, is that it's like not actually a mirror. But if I just kind of like, if I just kind of go to the left and then push, I'm just like pushing Laki the whole way over here. He remembers that he was like over there on the left. And so this is actually going to be another Laki teleport, similar to the one that I did with the Peach Warp. But because I like pushed him so far away, it actually is going to like just the spot. I'm just like inching my way to the right over here. So I'm just going to like walk up, and then Laki's going to shoot back over to where he started. And then I'm going to hop on him while he is like coming back. And just for whatever reason, Laki is still a partner we don't understand very well. But for whatever reason, like he just goes in a spot where I can clip onto the other side of the mirror if I just hop on at the right time. And so I don't know if you saw, but like the camera panned back. So like I am actually controlling the Mario behind, not the one in front. And so, like,
just farther.
So I can go through this door. And actually the whole reason we came over here, we just need to break that panel. Because like I said, the gimmick with this dungeon is
the mirrored aspect,
yeah. So like breaking that actually opens up the X we saw on the floor before. Unfortunately, there's no non-task way to clip back through the mirror to the other side, which is why we had to get the blue key. But doing that skips, like, that actually completely skips the section where you find out, like, oh, these are Duplighosts. And so you're going to see, like, we're going to see our reflection in weird ways and in rooms we're not supposed to in this chapter, which is kind of funny. This room is fine, but we're going to go back through here, and just the reflection is back. And then I'm going to hit the switch, and then we're going to go down. And the next thing I'm going to show isn't actually really, like, a speedrun trick. It's not something you'd see, but I was like, it's just a little fun thing that you can do. That fit well here. So now this hole is open, we can go down. What you're supposed to do, or what we do is, you know, like all these fake bombette spawn. It's always the same one that's real. You're supposed to know through like the text, but it's always the second from the right that's the real bombette. But if I go down here, and I think I got this first try when I was just messing around with it. So if I just like line up in the right position, spin in place, hold right, and mash spin. And I was not in the right spot. Okay, so this, I'm not 100% sure where the right spot is here. It might be farther over here. Yeah, okay, there we go. So that like just lets me get past them and I can get this key. But that doesn't, like, you don't see that in speedruns because we still have to leave. They still won't let me leave. But funny thing I can do, I'm gonna switch to Kooper real quick here. I'm gonna go back through this door. But bombette, they're still all bombettes, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's gonna play the same animation again. And if I try and leave through the left door, like they won't let me leave. So I do actually have to solve this. But I'm gonna hammer all the fake ones.
I'm just waiting. I'm so curious.
This is pretty good. All right, and then Bombette is gonna immediately become Kooper and give us a kiss.
They give you a kiss.
Kiss from Kooper.
Oh, the love.
I think some people have tested it. I think you can do it with like different partners and stuff too. Some may or may not crash. I don't know, but I knew you could do it with Kooper.
Doesn't want to kiss Kooper.
Exactly.
Oh.
Exactly. Okay, and then skipping forward a little bit. So some way that you can actually do that in a way that like helps in the speedrun. I'm going to go to Kooper Puzzle Skip here. And so this puzzle is much more difficult than the last one. I don't know how you're supposed to know which one is the real Kooper. It's very difficult. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I know this. I always have trouble with this one. Yeah.
Yeah. So instead, just like we did with Bombette, we're gonna not solve it.
Oh, you don't have.
Yeah. And so this one we can actually keep going because we never have to go back. They're still waiting there for us, but we never need to go back to that area. So we can just move on.
You and Kooper are like, oh, anyway.
Yeah, anyway, yep. And then the little weird thing about this switch, if you hit it and then leave, well, actually, I may have waited too long. Oh, I waited too long. Okay, it's not that big of a deal. You can like leave the room before this finishes, and then if you come back in, it actually like automatically starts coming out.
Weird. Interesting.
Yeah, and you can see this is like.
I think you were wrong. I think it's Luigi. I'm pretty sure Luigi's Kooper.
Oh, it might be Luigi. Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Yeah. Okay, that was weird.
Yeah, but so this is like I said, we never actually got the reveal that the dupla ghosts, like these are actually dupla ghosts. So some rooms you just kind of like can walk through your reflection, but it's kind of funny.
So weird.
Okay, so last thing that I want to show, and I'm gonna load. The rest of this is just like finding the key and unlocking the door. So in this room, you're supposed to solve this puzzle, which we do. Just gonna push the statues into their proper place. Oh, I also forgot to mention the Kooper skip, the Kooper puzzle skip that I just did. That is another glitch that's exclusive to the Japanese version, as is what I'm about to do right here.
Oh.
I don't know what they did to patch it. I just know it doesn't work in English. Yeah, so if I push this, and the reason what I'm about to do is exclusive to the Japanese version, is that they made it so that in English, you can't keep pushing these statues after you solve it. But here we can. So I'm going to push it close to the stairs. I'm going to turn this one around, and then I'm going to walk up on the stairs here, and Mario is going to go back to his home planet. So, yeah.
What?
I don't know why. I just know it works. And also, there's like swag jump here. You can just kind of jump up. But yeah, so that is basically chapter 7. And let's see, what do I have? Okay, I'm gonna show. I'm trying. Actually, how long have we been going since the last break? Because from there, there's like a couple more tricks that I want to show for reverse all cards, and then like the fun stuff, I think.
And then fun stuff. You want to get up and take a break?
Wait, how long have we been going? We started it
about 3 hours.
About 3 hours. We can go a little bit more. I can show the reverse all card stuff. I think, yeah.
Sure.
I think that would go better. But yeah, so that is like pretty much like you beat chapter 7, and then the rest in chapter 8 is like pretty much the same as what I showed earlier. Minus like we have, we're more upgraded, we're better equipped to fight the bosses and stuff. But
right.
But I'm going to show some glitches and some more glitches. So we're actually going to go back to chapter 5. So I've been talking about mentioning reverse all cards a couple times. Wait, it's probably in chapter 6. I organized this menu. I should know where it all is. Okay, but if you saw my glitch exhibition at the end of my stop and swap run for GDQ, I actually, you probably know that this room is like pretty buggy.
Yes.
And so for reverse all cards, we need to not actually, once you turn in the 4 seeds, you can't get them back, and you can't start at the beginning of chapter 6 again, which means we have to delay that until after beating Chapter 7, which means we need a way to beat Chapter 6 without Laki. And if you remember, we were using Laki for Peach Warp. And so this is what's called Sushie Peach Warp. And we are going to, so if I jump on the spring, you're not supposed to hit that one by itself, so that puts me in a weird like cutscene state. And then if I do a spin jump, and if I miss, that's a soft lock. And so that's why usually you save right here before doing it. Okay, so let me try that again. Yeah, you have to actually hit the save block. Okay, there we go. So that lets me walk around with the save text still up. And so if I open the partner menu, I'm going to get rid of the save text, but now I can walk around with the partner menu. And so what I'm going to do is I am going to like drop Bombette so that she's like, doing her partner action. And then I'm going to swap partners while she's in the middle of it, which you're not supposed to be able to do, and go through the loading zone. And so that is, like you were asking before, I forgot to use Bombette. like I said, it's like so much harder to do whenever you're explaining at the same time.
Yes. It's totally okay. I understand.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so this time we're gonna use Bombette, and like, so now we have Sushie Glitch in the volcano.
Perfect.
And so we're just going to use Sushie to maneuver around. Loading zones extend upward infinitely. You just kind of go down there because Sushie likes to go down slopes. Also, Sushie is apparently lava proof. I don't know why we need Laki in the first place, but
just try not to reveal all their secrets.
True. Just kind of dive underneath here. And then enemies still don't notice you in the state, so we can just kind of ignore them. I'm just, just making my way. And so this is the last room before, so the next room has an item block, which has like a really funny thing that happens. You're never supposed to encounter any item blocks above you whenever you're riding on Sushie, because there's none like in the water. So if you do, the game kind of freaks out.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
Luckily it doesn't like cause any issues, but it just looks kind of funny.
Just like when you kind of swim by it.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is actually like way easier to just like swim down to this area, and then we can just like dive underneath up to the stairs. But this method overall, I'd say, is probably harder because this room is kind of difficult to do, and I might mess it up. But if the lava rises like all the way before you make it to like that platform over there, you get soft luck. You're just like stuck in the lava and it pushes you away. So hopefully, and I'm gonna. Oh, I didn't mean to go out of bounds there. All right, hopefully I can get this first try. Yeah, you can see like the lava's rising. Okay, yeah, so I made it. So that is a Sushie Peach Warp.
Okay, ooh.
And so that's it works exactly this, like the end result is exactly the same as a regular Peach Warp, but you don't need Laki for it.
Right. Wow.
All right, and then after that, another thing, and this is actually basically taken. This is going to be, again, if you've seen my glitch exhibition, this is going to be pretty much the same. My glitch exhibition from GDQ. This is going to be like basically the same thing, but it's so good. So Retrigger Prologue, and this is like what makes reverse all cards work. So we need a way to be able, after beating chapter 2 and actually all the previous chapters, we need a way to be able to trigger a state before the chapter 1 boss is beaten. And as far as we're aware, this is the only one. And so like in a reverse all cards run, you're actually spending a lot of the run doing like seemingly random things to collect key items, and I kind of cheated my inventory here. So like in a normal run, it wouldn't just be filled with weights, but you would have this filled with like letters and keys that you picked up and stuff.
Right.
You can do it. Yeah, why not just fill it with weights?
Yeah.
Okay, but the reason we're doing that is because if you do that, and I'll show real quick, if I do that and then pick up a key item, the key item actually is like realizes like, hey, there's no more room. You only have 32 key item slots.
32,
and
that's right. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and right after that, and I think it's right after that in memory, is your regular item. Regardless, it overflows into your regular item inventory. And so this lets us like toss the dolly around. And the only reason we have to do this is because this is literally the only item in this room. If there was just like a mushroom or something in a bush, this would be completely unnecessary, and we could just fill up our regular item inventory. But no, we're doing it this way. Okay, but we need to combine some things with that. First, we need to store a Kooper Super Jump, which I can do just by doing some LZS jumps over here. If I can get them. Going in different directions can be hard too. It's almost like a different skill. Okay, but so I go down to that fence. I fall out of bounds, and because I fell out of bounds, I have a Kooper Super Jump stored. Now, if I can't use Kooper because like that'll use the Kooper Super Jump. I can't jump because that'll also get rid of it. So now what I need to do is maneuver the dolly all the way over on top of the save block so that I can do a Kooper Super Jump into it. And so I'm gonna try and get this legit, but it can take a while to get otherwise. So I'm just gonna save position in case. So basically, you just have to hope the dolly goes in the right direction. It's completely RNG. You can like work with it a little bit just by like standing above and using the hammer and all that. Actually, the dolly's being really nice. This might work. And then, oh, that was perfect. Okay. And then I'm going to use the Kooper Super Jump. And you can see I'm like rising. If you look at my Y coordinate there, it's just going up and up. And hopefully I timed this right because there's actually like a pretty small window. It should be around when it's at like 15,000. All right. So I'm going to toss the dolly. Oh, I wanted to keep that. We already saw me eat the dolly at GDQ. If you didn't, just go watch that. But I came down with so much speed that I clipped through the ground. And Junior Troopa, again, just the save block happens to be in the middle of the room, and the Y coordinate was at just 1,000 units below the ground. So I just encountered Junior Troopa, and that set my story progress back to back into prologue. Yeah.
Yeah.
and so I'm just gonna like I can't not show this stuff. So
this one's for the reverse all cards?
Yeah, reverse all cards, so that we can beat chapter 1 after beating all the other chapters.
Yes, so this is legit useful for reverse all cards.
Yes, this is an actual useful trick. Okay, and so like, I'm going to show the same things I did before. So if he's going to try and do his thing. Let me tattle him real quick so we can see how much HP he has. He doesn't actually, I think tattling him crashes on English, if I'm not mistaken. Because you're never supposed to be able to actually tattle him.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, but fire attacks, fire and explosion attacks, for some reason, don't actually kill him. I don't know why. This fight is just like really scripted. I think I have a fire flower. Yeah, so if I use a fire flower on him, same thing. He's just impervious to it.
It's so weird.
And also, like, they're playing like the scripted text that Goompa is supposed to be saying. The partners are saying it. So then another thing I could do is I can put on a Volt Shroom. Let him try and attack me. And mind you, in a speedrun, we would just kill him immediately. Like, this is slow, and we just jump on him. But yeah, he just kind of gets stuck there. And then like I used a Sleepy Sheep before. A Dizzy Dial actually like also rechecks to see like, oh, should he be dead right now? Yeah, he should be dead right now. So we kill him with a Dizzy Dial. You can kill him with a Dizzy Dial.
Perfect.
And this is just a perfect ending screen right there.
That's how he should go. That's pretty much how he should go.
Exactly. Yeah. And then the game is like Junior Troop is walking away, and then there, Mario's just standing. That was the thing that happened, like I'd never seen before. I was on top of the save block in GDQ. I don't know how that happened in my glitch exhibition. But yeah, I'm actually in the...
Really well.
What's that?
That worked out super well. Like first
time. It did, yeah. Yeah, I didn't even have to cheat here. But then, and like, again, in a speedrun, we would just continue onward. But like, why do that? When, you know what? That's a soft lock. That's why you wouldn't do that in a speedrun. And also, it's not useful. Okay, but if you go watch my glitch exhibition from GDQ if you want to see me get Sushie Glitch here too. Okay, but we're going to continue on, and we can just move on here. For some reason, certain partners crash on N64 whenever you go through this loading zone. I don't know why. I know Goombario is safe, so I always swap to Goombario. And then I'll show the funny thing that's here. But in a speedrun, we would actually just do a Laki clip through the fence. Which, I forget the spacing on it. Might take me a couple tries. Oh. Yeah, if you do this right, you can just... Oh, there we go. Yeah, just clip through the fence. And then, like, I would have this pipe open, and then you could just leave it, and then go beat chapter 1.
Right, and then go back.
Exactly.
Somebody wanted to know about double jump. Well, we kind of did that earlier.
Double jump? Oh, I think I know what they're talking about. Hang on, that's actually something that let me do this real quick, and then I'll show that, if it's what I'm thinking of. So, yeah, if you go through this as Kooper, and Kooper is by far the funniest character to do this with.
Oh, yeah, I've never seen this. So funny.
He just kind of butt slides around.
Yeah.
As far as I am aware, he's just like using the animations that he had, just the same animation IDs that Goompa would have, but they don't map the same. I think that's how that works. But just kind of slides over. You get another power jump. Doesn't actually. It does show up in your inventory, but the badges don't work the same as they do in TTYD. If you're more familiar with that game, you know you can get like duplicate badges and like they stack and stuff. Doesn't work like that in this game. If it's not already in the game, having a duplicate isn't gonna get you anything extra. Because like if I pause and then go and like if I equip it, it just equips both of them. It only uses one BP though, so it's just like a 1 check for each badge. Okay, and then we would move on and start beating chapter 1. And this, technically you would have done, this is something I just kind of skipped over because it was like the only thing in chapter 1 that I hadn't shown and you wouldn't see it in any percent. But there's actually a trick in this game called pie jumps. And so like, I guess you would do this in a reverse all cards run, but like any run that beats chapter 1 is going to do this. So if you just kind of like inch down here, you can see the camera like zooms out if I get far down enough, which is like the good visual indication to you're in the right spot. You can just kind of jump to the left and then hold up left to get around this barrier. And so that skips having to, like, you know, you're supposed to be standing in this spot, hit the switch, and then go past. But you can just jump around it. And that's actually not that hard.
Yeah, I want to try that too. That's cool.
A lot of people I hesitate to say this in case like somebody tries it and doesn't get it first try, but like I've taught it to people and like they've gotten it on their first attempt. So it's cool. Like it's a pretty easy. This is actually another good trick to like start with, and it's like allowed in glitchless. So that's something that, you know, saves a good 10-15 seconds.
Right.
All right. And then one last thing. Oh, what's that?
Somebody would like to ask if you're afraid of the text that's slowly creeping down your wall, but it's I don't know if you pay attention to the categories on the GDQ layout.
Oh no, I haven't been looking.
Don't worry about it. They're totally normal. Everything's fine.
All right, everything's normal. Everything's fine.
Exactly what we said it as. Nothing's changed about it. Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So reverse all cards is kind of like, we do have it on the main leaderboard, but it's also kind of a meme. You end up entering the volcano. I think it's on 7 separate seven separate times. So at the beginning you have to like beat it the normal time, then do 2 Sushie Peach warps to get to chapter 7. Later you beat chapter 5, like because you need to touch the card, and then at the end, after beating chapter 1, we need to just get to the end. So we end up doing the same thing at the beginning, except this time with normal Peach warps. But this block, the next time that you're in chapter 5, this block right here is based on story progress. And well, I have the Ultra Hammer right now, but if I had done like the reverse all cards route as intended, I would have done the same chapter 2 downgrade my hammer thing. So I can't break this block. So what I need to do is Ultra Hammer Skip, and it's not that different. Earlier I showed Glower Jump, which is just a jump that I'm Glower found, and we named it that. But I can do that to get out of bounds. Just jump down, hold down left a little bit. And then I actually need, the walls in Chapter 5 are double-sided, so I need to have a float perfect position, which if I bring up the coordinate viewer here, I need to be in exactly, I believe my Z coordinate needs to be exactly 177, like 177.0 forever, like exactly 177. And so one little thing about out of bounds that I didn't talk about, I haven't mentioned yet, is that whenever it respawns you, it actually like only saves the like the integer portion of your coordinate to remember where to respawn you back. So if I like slowly walk off the edge here, you can see my Z coordinate is going to change to 177 exactly. So that's just like an easy way to get that. And then if I jump to the left and then hold right, I will land on this seam out of bounds. If I was like at all in either other direction, I would either like land at the top or inbounds at the bottom. And from here, I can just spin, hold down right, and I just happen to land in the loading zone behind the ultra block.
Nice.
And it just works really nice like that. But yeah, I think that, okay, so that's probably, there's like a couple other random tricks I want to show and then get into like some fun glitches. But yeah, that's, aside from just a couple other ones, I think that's probably a good place to do a second break.
Sure. Yeah, this is awesome. Yeah, no, category's totally normal. Somebody
Totally
wanted to know, yeah, you can't have, like the practice ROM up when you're doing runs.
Right. No,
like,
no.
Somebody's like XYZ chords and run. It's like, I don't know.
Right, no, you're not allowed to use that in the run, but actually, because I know that, you know, you can respawn with that coordinate, actually and I guess I did it, but I didn't mention it. So I'm just like inching my way over to the, like I'm just tapping right until Mario like really starts to like move a lot. And so as soon, like right there, you saw he like started to move a little bit more to the right. And so right there, that's how I know that my coordinate is 177. I actually didn't even know the number before looking at it just now.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, a lot of.
I just knew the setup. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sweet. Yeah, I mean, this has been awesome to see. I know we have some fun stuff coming up. Not that this hasn't been super fun already. Just like, I mean, like the non-run related. Let's just whatever this game has to offer, kind of stuff. Yeah. So that is coming up next. Please stick around if you want to check that out, or if you're like, you know what, I really want to go see the run. You can always go watch the run that he did at this past SGDQ. Just on YouTube. Definitely check it out. It's got more of that stuff in the glitch exhibition, though we will be seeing a lot of that now. Or like some, you know, you've already seen a little bit of that again, and there's just a lot. There's a lot of content here. So definitely check it out. You can always watch the VODs there. It's all on youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. Or hi, if you're watching on YouTube, you can come over here to twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick to check out our live stream. It's pretty great. And you can check out more information on that at gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. Yeah. Also, for the rest of this month of July, GDQ will be donating its portion of Twitch subs and bit revenue, minus taxes, to Doctors Without Borders. So that's all month. So it includes like gift subs, Prime Gaming, channel subs, any bits shared on the Games Done Quick channel. So we ended the event at $2.9 million raised, so we can still get to $3 million. Just letting you know. We are not wrapping up. We are just taking a quick wellness break. It's good to get up and stretch. Make sure that you're not sitting for too long. It's just something that we encourage here on GDQ Hotfix. So just a quick break, and when we get back, we'll be seeing the a lot of other fun glitches, and then the rest of the anything left over for the actual like that's like run relevant. So yeah. All right, everyone. We'll be right back. Hello. All right. We are back with the last section of That's Never Happened Before this evening. Thank you all so much for being here and watching tonight. It's been awesome. It's been so fun. I am joined by JCog, who's been doing an amazing job. of showing off all of these glitches, run related, from beginner stuff to just like showing off different glitches in different categories, which is amazing. So if you're interested in running this game in any fashion, any category that could involve glitches, this is definitely the episode for you. You can just pick a category and there are glitches in here that are going to help you, which has been really, really cool. So we have the last segment of this is seeing anything else that could be related to run things that maybe he wanted to follow up on or just add in, and then we get to see some extra stuff. So I'm just gonna leave it to you, JCog. Take it away.
All right. So real quick before we get into like some of the like fun glitches that aren't necessarily like speedrun related, there were a few other like random glitches that just didn't really like fit in anywhere else to explain. So first one of these is Buzzar Skip. So normally, you know, in you're supposed to go across here, Buzzar notices you, and you can get past him by just saying like, oh yeah, I'm Luigi, and he'll buy it. But I would rather not trigger that if I can. And so actually what you can do, if you just kind of like go down here, and then I just do kind of like 3 tap jumps where just a couple jumps where I'm just like hold right a little bit, hold up a little bit, and you can just kind of jump around that collision there. And then you can walk on this bridge, but I'm still out of bounds, so I can just like fall down here and skip that. So that's like a little nice thing. It's obsolete in every main category, but there's a new category that just got created like a month or 2 ago that's like, maybe we'll make it a main category, maybe we won't, hard to say. But it's no major sequence breaks, and so it's just kind of like the goal of that category is just do all the chapters in order without like, you can do any glitch, but it's like nothing that skips too much basically. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of the rules of it, but so this glitch is useful in that. And a couple other ones that are useful in that are, so we've got early train, which if we go to chapter 4, or so if we go here, this is in, or at least it's supposed to be. Yeah, so we're in a chapter 2 state. It doesn't really matter what state we're in, as long as it's like before 4. You can actually like clip into this house, and first before, or actually no, I'll have to do it after. So what I'm going to do, you know, normally you're supposed to play through chapter 4. You're supposed to be like, oh, I need to get the train, and then it's like you get the storeroom key in the first room, you unlock that door, and then like he lets you have whatever's back there. So we're gonna break in. We're gonna get in there without his permission. And so if I jump into like, yeah, so I jump into just the right spot here. It's kind of precise. I think that's it. Yeah, okay, so you can just use Parakarry to like kind of get up on the edge of the building here. And if I just like tap upright a little bit, the camera will pan. And so I'm out of bounds. And then let me real quick show, okay, well I still, oh, actually, okay, this is, hold up, just so that things display properly. I still have all this weights. I'm just gonna go into my key items and I'm gonna delete something. So I have an empty space. Okay, I have an empty space now. So if I go like right about here and walk up, I may have gone too far. Okay, that's the Voltron room. There, that's the train right there. I just picked up the train. And so that actually, you can see right there, I have the toy train in my inventory. If I pause, you can see it right there at the bottom. But also, that actually updated my story progress to be in chapter 4. Like you can see right there, story progress, chapter 4. But so we still need to get out of bounds. The door is still locked, so we're trapped in here. And I'm going to show what this looks like, you know, when you can actually see it here in a second. But if I just kind of maneuver correctly, use Parakarry a couple of times, you can kind of just like get up on top of the storeroom and then fall to the right, hold down, and then I'm in the main room of the storeroom, and then I can leave, and then I escaped. You know, I stole some things from the shop. He's none the wiser.
Like, it was like it did not load the store when you were leaving.
Yeah. So it's like something about some script tied to actually opening the door is what controls that, and so like I skipped that. And so if I just like leave here, this room, and come back, then you hear the music changes and it properly updates. I can go in, toss the train. Let me real quick though show what I was actually doing in here. because it's actually kind of funny. So now it updated. The lock is actually tied to story progression, so the door is now unlocked. But if I go up into this corner and then walk all the way to the right, this wheel, I guess, has some weird collision. And so if you use Parakarry right here, you just kind of go up for reasons.
What?
I don't know why. Parakarry just behaves really strangely with any kind of collision that isn't just like perfect. Like perfectly rectangular. And then yeah, I just went from here. I fell right there, held down, and then I popped in bounds in the store. And actually, yeah, like that behaves really weirdly. The shop isn't even loaded right.
What?
Yeah. I actually didn't know that. I forgot this happened. But
oh my gosh.
It's
like half of it's unloaded. Like half the game looks like it's unloaded right now.
Yeah, basically.
So strange.
And then, you know, just that's there.
This is what you love to see. This is why you watch this show. Right there. Right there.
That's like, you know, just doing some remodeling. It's fine.
There's the wall. You gotta push the wall off to the side while you work on the back. And then you can push the wall back.
Exactly. All right, well, continuing with this no major sequence breaks thing. So there's also a trick called Gourmet Guy Skip. And so this trick is actually kind of annoying because it's like kind of precise and there's no good way to do it. You just kind of have to like jump at the wall until it works. So there is a hole in the wall right here. And if I just kind of, just got it first try. I literally just like jumped, like moved the control stick like barely to the right and then back to forward, and I just fell out of here. And I can flip this switch, and then that skips like you're supposed to get a cake, get the frying pan, give the frying pan to Tasty. She gives you a cake. You give that cake to Gourmet Guy, and I just skipped all of that.
Oh wow!
So like if I come over here.
Yeah, a lot of this movement is very, very fine. It's like you go slightly to the left and then back to the right.
Yeah, some stuff is like pretty precise. But yeah, so Gourmet Guy is just not here, and the cookbook that he normally drops whenever he leaves is just sitting here. So you could pick that up if you wanted.
That's nice. Okay, Tasty. I got things that we'll never do unless it's 100%.
Oh yeah, I still have. Okay, the key items thing is still there.
Oh yeah.
Okay, but that. So the next thing, and then this is just like, I guess I don't want to spend too long on this, but the last thing I wanted to show before we get into like some fun stuff is, so I did Stop and Swap. At GDQ. I did my best to explain it. I don't want to get like really deep into the details of how that works too much, but I want to at least, like, for those who are interested, kind of show what I was talking about. With this. So in this room, basically whenever I do this trick, actually no, I don't want to get too much into the details. This would be kind of difficult to explain, but I do want to at least show. I mentioned we managed to get execution, and if you want to see a full explanation of this, again, watch like my GDQ run. It does a much better job of explaining it than I could do right now in like a couple minutes. But if I go into memory, and I just have this address memorized from entering it right here so many times, this right here, so this is just like if you were to open up Paper Mario in an emulator and look at RAM, like that's what I'm looking at right now. So this address, this is the timer right here. That like whenever I move, it becomes idle. So like the part of that trick where I stand and wait for, no joke, 69 seconds, I'm just waiting for this timer to hit either the value 081F or a couple before. And so like we end up jumping execution right here. We make sure that so like these form instructions that the game reads. We make sure that these form instructions that don't crash, and then we make sure that this instruction is a jump to the jump to the expansion pack. That might not make any sense if you haven't seen Stop and Swap. Maybe I don't know if this was the right place to talk about it or not, but I just wanted to throw it out there. Like that's what that looks like.
Hopefully, for those who didn't get to catch Stop and Swap, that's enough intrigue for you to go back and watch it. Because if you also like other Nintendo 64 games, such as Ocarina of Time, you're going to be very pleased and very confused.
Definitely. Yeah, we do arbitrary code execution in that. So.
Oh, yes, sorry.
No, you're good. I interrupted you. Okay, but that said, let's go do some fun glitches.
Yeah.
Okay, so none of this stuff is like really helpful in a speed run, but it looks really funny. Okay.
Oh, I love the like in the clouds background. That's cute. From Starfield.
Okay, I lied. There's one more thing. Sorry.
Oh, please go.
This was a thing with my my I mentioned earlier, my save files. I like apparently didn't do them right. So this is another thing in reverse all cards that I forgot to talk about. So I mentioned we can get Clippy by you know, frame perfectly opening a menu when encountering an enemy. Hopefully I can get that quickly here. I got it first try. Sure, I'll take it. So chapter 2 right here is like, it's kind of curved, which is kind of weird. It's the only dungeon that's like that. Like the whole dungeon, every room in it has like these really weird angles. And so with Clippy, since that gives me like a smaller hitbox, and in reverse all cards, we want to do as much as we can to like be able to get key items and not have to use them, so that we can fill up to like the 32 key items max. And so like the keys in here are a really good candidate for that. So if I get Clippy and then I just like walk into this wall, I can just, if I hold the right angle, it's kind of precise, I can just clip out and then jump into the loading zone. And so that skips unlocking that lock.
Oh,
and
wow.
then I can go down.
Why don't you use that otherwise?
Because you need to have Laki to get Clippy with it. And so normally in chapter 2, you don't have Laki yet.
Oh, yeah, because it's 1 then 5. And okay,
yeah, yeah, we only have Laki here because it's reverse all cards. So like we already got him in chapter 6. So it's usually not relevant. It's the game's kind of balanced in a way, and that it like gives you the most broken partner last, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But
it depends on how you look at it.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna try and do the same thing here. I did not get lucky this time, but keep loading until I get it. It'll work eventually. I haven't practiced the timing on this in a while. I haven't run reverse all cards in like over a year, so a little rusty with this. But yeah, so I can get Clippy here, and then because normally, so actually in a reverse all cards run, you would defeat all the Pokies, just because it makes a key drop. Or well, there's a few different routes actually, but yeah, I'm gonna turn on the sheet for no encounters, so I don't have to worry about them. So you can get over here, you can do the same thing. You can clip into, hold the right angle. It's like barely up from left is what I'm holding. All right, so you get out of bounds here. I think you can technically maneuver it to where you don't fall, but you have to be really good there. Like really precise with letting go of the analog stick after clipping. But okay, so that lets you get through there and skip opening another lock. Also, another little like cheeky jump you can do. You can actually like jump from down there to up here and skip using Parakarry there. You would normally not have Ultra Boots, but except in reverse all cards, so it's like just a little fun thing. Just a little funny thing you can do. All right, but the last reverse all cards clip here, and this one is definitely the best one. So this is Sand Clip. If I go down here, and I still have that. No, and actually, I'm gonna get rid of this guy just because he's annoying. I get so used to using the cheats with like developing, because like I've been the main one developing this ROM lately, and I just like turn on those cheats that like whenever I started doing speedruns of the game again, I was just like, oh wait, I can't use those.
Yeah, I didn't realize you're the one who was doing a lot of this development as well. I think you may have mentioned it somewhere, but I just have a horrible memory.
No, I mean, I'm sure you have a lot to remember. Okay, but so in this state, in a post chapter 2 state, this sand, well, I guess it doesn't, just once this sand has been lowered, you can actually like clip back here, and it's useful to do that because there's a key that's like the sand is covering. And so if I hop on Laki, hopefully I remember how to do this, and then I'm actually gonna pause buffer. You just like tap up left right there, and so I am like out of bounds right here, but I am going to tap down. It's off luck. I'm not gonna say that's never happened before, but it hasn't happened recently, and I don't remember how to handle it.
Okay, we had one of those moments already, so it's
exactly. All right, this is actually a really finicky trick, so Oh man. Yeah, you're trying to get to it in like, I don't know, it's behaves so strangely. Okay, there we go. And then it's tap down. Okay, so I'm gonna tap down, I'm gonna spawn back in bounds. I'm gonna be right here. So if I just like tap jump like that and then hold down right, I end up like, basically I just got to the loading zone behind the sand. And so now I'm underneath here. You can see like if I spin, like I'm down here, even though the sand is here. This block, I can hammer it, I can jump on the switch. And so that brings up like the stairs, I guess, to jump up to the key.
The stairs you need to climb to get the key.
Yeah, and so then I can jump up there, I can get the key, and I can jump up top. But the camera like still behaves really strangely here. Like if you go over the sand, it assumes you, like since you came in from down there that you like, you know, the camera should be down there. But yeah. And so then like you continue on. Yeah, it's like really funky. Okay, now that was the last thing that I wanted to show before going on to the fun stuff. Not that stuff isn't fun, but you know.
I was gonna say it's all fun.
It's all fun.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But the non-useful stuff, we'll say that. Okay, so I'm gonna load this file. Okay, so the first thing is so Mario with his spin jump, so it actually like, you know, rotates, like changes his rotation value. You can interrupt that with like one of these seeds if you spin jump it at just the right time. And so now Mario's just like kind of walking around upside down. and you can get different angles depending on like where you are with the spin jump. Okay, that one was about the same, but there we go. Yeah, so that one's just like a little bit off center. His hitbox is actually still the same, so like I don't know. It's just really funny. As soon as I stop moving, it stops. But
like a top.
What's that?
It's like a top. Like the way
Yeah, no, that one I like that one a lot. Okay, next one that I'm gonna show is I am going to go, and I'm just gonna warp here. It's 0B4. Okay, so I am in Luigi's house, and so this is actually another glitch that you could do yourself. Is pretty simple. So if we go into Mario and Luigi's house, and I think Luigi's actually, oh no, okay, he's just chilling there. And so, you know, there's like this secret hidden panel right here. You can get down, you can read Luigi's diary once he has, you can just, it's just pretty funny in its own right. But I actually, like from landing on that spring right there, I actually have, you saw I used Kooper right there. I have like a little mini Kooper super jump. So it's like a, I don't know, there's not a specific name for it. But what you can do with that, so if I set it up again, and if I walk behind the spring and just use Kooper, it just kind of clips you out of bounds because reasons.
Okay.
So I'm back here. Now I'm going to like kind of jump around these seams. And then, so I'm standing right here. Right to my right below me is an invisible Shy Guy, and he has a hitbox. So I'm just gonna jump on him. And
because of chapter 4.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, in chapter 4, there's like a, you know, whenever all the Shy Guys are invading, the Shy Guys are just kind of chilling. Or not chilling, they're invading, and yeah, they invade Mario's house. But I am actually going to, so you can see my Y coordinate right there is about -700 right now. I'm going to wait until that, because I'm like rising this whole time I'm jumping on it. I don't know why it has a hitbox right now, but it does. But I'm going to let it to get to about -200, and then I'm going to, like stop it, and then you'll see why as soon as I do. This will take, it doesn't take that long, but it'll take a second.
We'll take your time.
Yeah. It'll be worth it, I promise.
This is the stream now. It's just some bonk noises on the black screen.
Yeah, just a bonk. I could take this away. It's just a void. I could turn the input display off. It's
yeah.
Black. Okay, so almost there.
Why does it raise you up? Like, why are you going up?
I don't honestly know. Okay, but that should be far enough. I'm just gonna hold right. We're gonna pop back in over here. And so like, not so far, well, I mean, like, other than the fact that we're in the void and we see Mario's house, nothing too crazy here.
Uh-huh.
So I am actually going to go back in bounds, or back into the house, and then I'm gonna leave, which will like kind of fix all the visuals. But the Shy Guy is just he's vibing.
Oh my gosh, you see him!
I don't know why he appears like that. He actually like gets cut off by like I don't know why you have to do that to be able to see him. I really don't understand, but he's just chilling down there.
Oh no!
Off in the distance.
I feel really bad for him.
Well, yeah. Maybe it's just because you jumped on him and he like that causes him to freak out. I don't know.
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, but next thing I'm going to show off, and let's see. Let's go somewhere where I can get a game over. So I am going to intentionally die. So I am going to equip Dizzy Attack, which Dizzy Attack, you can see that like makes my spin, like the effect on it, it makes it blue. And so, and I'm also, just to speed things up, I'm going to go ahead and change my HP to be 1. All right, and so I am going to I'm going to spin attack into an enemy. And so now, like, he's dizzy. The first enemy in the fight is dizzy. And then I'm going to do nothing. Do I have any life shrooms? Do have a life shroom. Let's not have that. Let's make this life shroom... I don't know, it's a mystery now. Okay, so now whenever I die, I'll actually die. So this Goomba is going to attack me. Okay, and now this will take a couple minutes, but I'm just gonna let the demo reel play. Also, funny little thing you'll notice, since I have the input display up, is the game actually is like controlling Mario during the demo reel with like a virtual controller. But that aside, some funny things are gonna happen because of this game over. Yeah, also the music in demo reel is actually great. Yeah, okay, so things look pretty normal so far. Oh, well, that Fuzzy's dizzy. That's not normal.
What? Is every first enemy in a battle gonna be dizzy?
Yes, it is. Yeah, for some reason, the game doesn't like clear that whenever you game over properly. I'm pretty sure like every other effect after this was found was tested, and this is like the only one like that. But yeah, so the first enemy in every fight is going to be dizzy, which will... I was going to show this off at GDQ, but this one just like, it was going to be too long of just like watching the demo reel.
Right. This is why this show exists, to give you time to show all the things you wouldn't have time for at GDQ.
And there's so much to show off in this game. And I'm sure so many other games that you've like had on the show.
Right. I mean, this is why I'm shocked. I didn't think of this sooner. Like, I'm like, why? It makes so
it's
much
honestly
sense
such a good idea. Yeah, so far, nothing too crazy. Just like, you know, some dizzy enemies. But eventually, I forget exactly the order. There's actually like a lot. This demo reel's kind of long.
Smith's now some music notes.
Oh. It's pretty great.
Fantastic.
Is it? We're almost there. Almost.
Yes, this will be uploaded to YouTube. Hello, YouTube! Anybody watching?
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Okay, here we go. This is what I was waiting for. And so now what's supposed to happen here is Tubba is supposed to like attack you. And then once he attacks you, or he attack Mario, and then once he attacks Mario, like he continues on to the next one, but he's dizzy. So it just stays here forever. Because it like he never completes his action. It's not really a soft lock because I can just hit start and like bring up the start menu again. But like, yeah, the demo reel without any input is just gonna stay here forever, which is great.
That's awesome. I never knew you could do that. This is something else I want to do.
Yeah, this was only discovered like, well, I guess it's been a little bit now, but like 1 or 2 years ago. It's not that like it hasn't been known about for that long.
That's awesome.
Okay, next thing. So I am gonna warp to, what is it? Mount Rugged. Yes, the first room of Mount Rugged. Okay, so this slide, normally, like, you know, it's, I don't know, it's like a fun little thing. You can ride the slide, pick up the coins on it. makes like the little slide sound effect, right, while you're sliding down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what if we do LZS jumps onto the slide? I said, what if we do some... Okay, there we go. So the sound just keeps playing forever, basically. If
like
I...
white noise now.
Yeah. And then funny thing is, actually I could have just done this way earlier, but force my HP to 0 and then go get into an encounter, and then I will just immediately die.
Mm-hmm.
And so then this stays. I have a life shroom. Keep forgetting about that. Okay, there we go.
Oh.
Just speed up the process. So yeah, this stays, and so like if you really wanted to, you could just kind of like, I don't know how we would handle this if someone tried to submit a run like this to the leaderboard. I could just like delete this file and just start a new run. Just a new speed run with the sliding.
That's the one.
It would eventually turn off. Like you end up like there's a slide in chapter 2 that you have to ride, and like once you ride one legit, it'll turn off. Yeah,
nothing else will.
But I don't know enough. I don't think there's been enough testing to say that for sure, but definitely most things won't.
Yeah. All right, chat, get on it. See how far you can go. Try to get through a whole run with that.
Yeah, definitely. Imagine. Honestly, you'd probably tune it out eventually, but
yeah, I'm sure you would. Yeah, it's not like that in your face enough where it'd be horrible, because it'd be like, oh, it's like the ocean.
Yeah, basically. Where that is not correct. Notes wrong. Okay. I just had a number mixed up. Okay, so in this chest, there is an FP plus. I could open it to show you, but like, I'm sure it's an FP plus. You can see like there's no FP plus in my inventory right now. So just kind of in the vein of LZS jumps being, still being just crazy with what you can do with them. Also, this loading zone is like really weird as far as like its placement. But if I open the chest right there with loading zone storage, you can see that like you heard the chest, it opened. It's open now, but I don't have FP plus. So I just deleted one of the FP pluses from the game, and there's no way to get it now.
Well, yeah, definitely not that useful.
No, not useful at all, but you can do it. All right.
LZS somebody asked what that is.
Oh yeah, so like I explained it earlier, but I can explain it again. So basically, like loading zones in this game. What's that? Yeah.
Just the quick summary.
Yeah. So loading zones in this game only take you, you walk through the loading zone here. It only takes you if you've been on the ground for 2 frames. And so what you can do is that gives you 1 frame to jump. And so you can just like, if I don't mess it up, you can just frame perfectly jump over and over in a loading zone. And you can also like move the analog stick to like move distance, and you can do like a whole bunch of crazy stuff, like delete FP plus.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've seen it
also much
a
more
number of
stuff.
times throughout today, and it's used in a lot of run categories and stuff. So
yeah,
loading zone storage.
Yes, yeah, LZS loading zone storage.
Yes.
Okay, next thing, and you had actually asked about this, if there were any other ways to trigger, or like any other ways to trigger a chapter 2 state. And one way that would, it still ends up being slower, but it's honestly like the cooler option. And would potentially work in reverse all cards if we like routed it in, but yeah, it would definitely be slower. What was the room? Keep getting lost in my notes. 823. Okay. So here are the ruins, and I am going to set our story state to something before chapter 5. Something actually before chapter 2. Okay, yeah, we'll be in a chapter 1 state. Okay, so here we are, and the ruins are not there. And actually, one thing that we could do to trigger this is actually the loading zone where you enter the desert from like the left for the first time. Triggers chapter 2, so we could do that. And if you happen to have Ultra Boots, which I do right now, the loading zone for the ruins is actually always there, just like it was with Early Whale. And I forget exactly where it is, but yeah, you can just kind of hop up into it. Never works out in a run to like actually have Ultra Boots here where it would be irrelevant, but like it's just kind of a fun thing. And plus the ruins would be in a like non-completed state, so we couldn't take advantage of like all the like free keys and stuff. But
that's so weird.
Yeah. Okay.
That's cool. I like that one.
Yeah, it's good. Okay, next thing is so Tidal Wave is a move in the game that so it's Sushie's like fully upgraded last move, but they didn't expect you to be able to be good at it, as good as like, you know, well, a task could do this, but there's actually a method that you can do to be like really good at it, where it's basically you just kind of, so the buttons you hit for Tidal Wave are C down, A and B, and if you just kind of, this might take me a couple tries, but basically you like hit them in a rhythm. And the way, so if you, JD Aster has a video on it, if you like search that on YouTube, you'll find it. But he has a video where he like describes why it works the way it does. But if you can manage to get it really high, which hopefully I can. Oh, okay, I was like 1 away. Okay, but basically, like you saw that, you know, you can do lots of damage. I just did 12 damage. Oh, okay, we're gonna actually kill him, I guess. I was so close. Oh, and
I want to see.
That's not a. Oh man, I'm mad for my 100% runs, but I just got that first try. Because that's like you need 3 of those, and yeah, it's not. It's like a 10% drop or something. I forget.
Right? Yeah, it's not that high. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'll get it. Not letting me warp, which is fair because it would crash. Yeah, and I'm also not 100% sure what the right rhythm is. I can't remember for sure. Let's give myself more FP. Oh, is it gonna? Okay, there we go. Oh, so close again. Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to do is you can get it like so high that the game actually ends up crashing. I think on Wii VC it doesn't. I think it like ignores the crash. But definitely on N64 and actually Wii U.
Both instances it'll do this?
Yeah, it'll crash. On Wii U you end up getting like a black screen with some text on it. I don't know, it's weird.
Weird.
Actually, you know, I could touch on that right now. I didn't even mention like the different versions of this game. I mentioned that some stuff is Japanese exclusive, but there are 3 different versions of Paper Mario. So you've got like the Japanese version, which came out first. You have the English version, which came out second, and then the PAL version, which came out third. And PAL is like the slowest because, you know, it runs at 25 frames per second, which is slower, and it's also the latest, so it's the most patched. And so like all speedruns are done on Japanese. Because there's really no advantage to using anything other than Japanese.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and it's not like some games, like for instance, I know Ocarina of Time has like every version is like every language has the same versions. There's like 1.0, 1.1, 1.2. Not the case for Paper Mario. Every Japanese version is the same. Every English is the same, etc.
This just got me makes it easier that way.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Ah, dang. Oh, I also just realized the input display is off for some reason. Get that back on. Need more pokies. Or anything to fight, actually. Where are you? Oh, there we go. Either way, though, you can see like I'm getting really good damage with this. So you know, if you wanted to do this casually, just run your fingers over those buttons.
Exactly.
That's actually a really good damage source.
Shower emoji for the estimate now.
Oh, is it?
Very appropriate. It's like the game wants you to get.
Yeah, I'm gonna get so close.
But it's like, no, I don't want to crash.
I think it's like 13 I have to get. It's like the first one after it goes off screen.
Right.
I don't want to be here all day, so I won't try like forever, but I'll give it a few more tries. And then sometimes that happens. Didn't even kill him. Oh wait, no, it did. It did. Okay. Can't save state of frame advance because those are not features of this ROM. Those are things that Ocarina of Time their practice ROM can do. This one is not quite as advanced yet.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one day though. Otherwise, I would.
The blue cacti.
I know there's a. Yeah, here we go. Here we got some enemies. Okay, if I can't get it with after these enemies, I'll just chalk it up to unlucky. But
right.
Yeah, because I tried this. I did this last night. I got it within like 6 or 7 tries. But...
That's okay. Hey, we got the time. Also, the estimate is now fish emoji.
Oh, okay. Fish emoji is good. Shout outs to Sushie.
Very appropriate. I like the strat for just demolishing enemies.
It is good, yeah. Like I'm just like tearing through everybody. I mean, I give myself unlimited FP, but
right.
Oh,
which is very
actually.
The estimate before. Oh, how long you got?
Which one? Oh, is this the one? No!
Oh, so close!
It teased me. Got my coins back at least.
Is this task? I like that answer in chat. Only insofar as JCog has a clamp to fast forward during each section.
Perfect.
Yes.
Alright. I'll give it like 2 more tries.
Sure. That sounds good.
I wanted to get this because it's like it's good, but
I'm sure. I bet there's somewhere we can watch it if we don't get it. So feel free to bring that up.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I think that video or the video by JD Acer that I talked about. Pretty sure it crashes.
There you go.
Oh. All right, one more. The only glitch. No more. Okay, yeah, if I don't get it this time, then... Yeah, it's not looking good. Okay, well, that was a bad one to go out on, but... Oh, well. Okay, so if you get it high enough, though, I think it's to 13, then... Oh, well, battle's not done. Giving us another chance.
Oh, yeah, true.
I'll take it. Missing the block, but that's fine.
No. Love that sound.
Ah, okay, still didn't get it. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I am gonna go on to something that is honestly funnier anyway.
Okay, but it's not our last one. We still have some more to go.
No, it's not the last one. I still have some more.
Good. All right, awesome.
All right, so let's go to. Oh, actually, no, I have a save file for this one. Wait, it's this one. Okay, so right here. So this is a file that is. So this is like in Prologue, but it would have been like if I had done Retrigger Prologue, and then like played all the way up until the cutscene where you get action commands. And you'll notice I have zapped. Importantly, right here, I have Zap Tap equipped, which makes it so that enemies that touch you get zapped, and you're not supposed to be able to have that at this point in the prologue.
Right.
So if we let this play out,
you need to learn how to defend properly.
Yeah. And of course, normally in a speedrun, you'd say, no, I don't want the action command tutorial. But here we do. And so this is very scripted. It's like, you know, here's how to jump on enemies to start. He's explaining, you know, Twink is explaining, you know, stop right here, push A. Okay, but then it teaches you how to block. And Goombario tries to hit you, tells you to hit A right here to block, and then you do, and he is just stuck there. And then it's a soft lock. For some reason, the game just doesn't let you select anything else.
No, if you said no, and then I guess it wouldn't matter for that. Yeah, it has to be here.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's like, you know, flat and stuck.
This is the wrong kind of flat Mario.
Okay, and then... Oh, okay, this is just like a little funny thing about... I don't know why the game is like this. I'm forgetting shortcuts. Okay. Oh, yeah, and then that like gave me Twink as a partner for some reason. And... Oh, I just crashed the game. That's cool. Okay, game does not like me opening the partner menu whenever Twink is my active partner. Good to know. Okay, but... Alright, so I'm gonna load this again. Okay, so I am... What's that?
We had some electrical equipment as the estimate continue.
So good. Okay, this room. So this room, I just want to show like a weird little quirk that actually doesn't end up affecting anything. You see we've got like a silver block right here, and we've got like a yellow block right here. And so like I've shown there are ways like you can get on top of these blocks. I'm just gonna like levitate up here for right now. But for now, see like let me set this to what I want. All right, so I'm going to right now have super boots and a normal hammer. So a normal hammer is all that you need to break this block. But I have super boots, so I am going to stand on top of it and do a super jump. And so that also breaks it, which is like, okay, cool. Like, you never actually see that, but cool to know that it works.
Yeah.
But it gets a little more interesting over on the silver blocks. So if I try and do that here, even though I don't have the super boots, that doesn't work. Well, maybe it's my hammer. Or, well, actually, if I upgraded my hammer, I think it would work. But... what if I keep a normal set of, like a normal hammer, but I upgrade my boots to the ultra boots? Like you can see, I got the ultra boots. And for some reason, that lets you break silver blocks.
Oh.
That's the only combination that lets you break something that you shouldn't otherwise be able to break. I've like gone through and tested all of them. And there's no situation where that'd help you because you'd have to be in a situation where you had the ultra boots, but just a normal hammer. And, you know, like that situation just never comes up.
So
but I don't know.
If you had a super hammer with the ultra boots would not work because of the super hammer?
Super hammer. Honestly, it's like confusing and not intuitive. I have a spreadsheet somewhere where I like wrote out which ones were which. All I remember is that like it didn't seem to make any kind of sense, and that was the only one that let you break something you shouldn't be able to.
Gotcha.
Okay. Okay, now next thing I'm gonna show off like a weird little thing in Shiver City. So if I go to okay. So if I warp to right here, and I just kind of do some more LZS jumps to get out of bounds, if I can get them. I'm actually not sure how far you have to go. A little farther than that, I guess. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna cheat a little bit. I'm gonna turn it on so the practice room has like an easy LZS where I could just kind of go in there.
Oh,
and
okay.
go down here. And then I just open this menu and close it, and then it's like as though you'd done it. But so that clips you out of bounds, and then you spawn back at the start, and the camera just pans around, and you're like in I don't know what to call this, but the camera just like turns around.
Okay, and does it just stay like that?
No, I wish it does. As soon as I start moving, it like goes back. But I don't know. It's kind of a funny way to look at the area.
Like,
also,
hey,
oh yeah,
new perspective. Anyway.
Yeah. right, so another one, and I can't cheat this one actually. I have to do it legit. So normally, if you try and break this ice too early, so like I skipped it earlier, but what you're supposed to do is like, you know, do a tornado jump into the ice and then break it. But this guy, if you do it too early, he's like, hey, you're not supposed to do that. And then like if I keep doing it, he gets mad and he drags me away, and then he'll like throw me. You actually like go flying into out of the next loading zone, which is kind of funny.
I've never done it twice in front of him.
Oh, really? Yeah, he doesn't like it. But then the ice is all fixed. But that is no fun. So let's do some LZS jumps over to it. Okay, so that interrupts it. So we can go back and we can see actually like the ice is still cracked a little bit. Like it didn't get rid of that. So if I do it a second time. Same thing. And now if I go back, ice is cracked a little bit more. And I don't think I have to do it a third time. I think it's just if I go over here and then come back again, I might have to do it a third time, but I think this is good. Maybe I do have to do it a third time. I'll try reloading one more time. I couldn't remember if it was 2 or 3.
Well, on the third one it'll break, right?
Yeah, okay, so it is 3. So let me do a third one.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, there we go. So it didn't look like anything happened, right? Okay, yeah, no, it's coming back to me now. Didn't look like anything happened, and the ice is like, it's really cracked now, but it's not broken. And he didn't get mad at me that time. And like, if I try and crack it again, he actually like doesn't care anymore. But, and this is what I was trying to do earlier, if I go and load this again.
Weird.
There's an abyss.
Oh my gosh.
The floor's still here, lucky for us. And you can't like ride Sushi there, but yeah, it's just like, yeah.
What?
That's
so weird.
Thing. Don't fall. It reminds me of like a sinkhole. I don't know.
Yeah. That's so strange.
Okay, next thing is it's not really a glitch per se, but it's just kind of like a developer oversight. So if I go to 6-3. All right, so this is the room in chapter 1 where you're supposed to like, you know, fight or not. Well, yeah, you end up fighting the fuzzies and like you get Kooper shell back. And so actually some loading zones, and it's kind of like seemingly random which one is which. But there are some loading zones where you can do LZS like out the back of them, like they don't actually have a back wall. And this is one of them.
Okay.
And so it's going to be hard to see at first. I'll like make it clear later. But there's actually like a random bush off in the distance, which you can see if I don't mess this up. Okay, so I saw it very briefly. If you didn't know where to look, you probably wouldn't see it. So let me try and show you. I'll just levitate over there. There is just a random bush out of here. Just
oh my gosh!
chilling.
No, I did not see that.
Yeah, I'll try and do it again. So like you know about where to look. You can see it really briefly.
Oh, well. Is that a mistake, you think?
I mean, I assume it's something that they like whenever they were making the map. I assume they just like accidentally left it there. I mean, there's like plenty of instances of that happening in games, but
that's amazing.
I think there's like a random banana somewhere in Sunshine. I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
I believe it. It's the kind of stuff I love learning about the games that I love.
Oh, there. Okay. It was like you can barely see it, but if you know it's there.
Yeah.
Okay. And then okay, let's see. I forget. Okay, I'm gonna have to set this up real quick. Okay, so you could do this legit. You would have to beat chapter 5 and break all of the. Let me get there first. You know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Great. Especially for everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. Spike ball puzzle. Okay, so this room. So in this room, so if you were to break all these blocks might help if I had the right hammer. So these blocks are unrelated to story progress. Like each one has like their own flag. So once you break these blocks, they're just permanently gone. But then if I was to do something like early whale to go back and revert to like the beginning of chapter 5 and then come back here, actually what would happen, and I'm just going to manually change my story progress to, I don't know exactly what would be needed. That's probably good. Yeah, so then the block just immediately like starts falling because the blocks aren't there to stop it. Yeah, Kolorado gets hit, and he's like, he's not looking so hot. But if I come over here, normally Kolorado, he's supposed to talk to me once I reach over there, right? Well, he still does. But I don't know, he's he's not feeling so hot.
He looks great.
He's doing fine.
He's never looked better.
Okay, and then I think this is, let me make sure I didn't miss anything.
That's cool. I got it.
All right, I think this is probably going to be this is going to be the last thing that I show off.
The last thing for tonight?
Yes. And this is also another thing. Like, you can do this completely well, I mean, it is a glitch, but you don't need to do anything unintended to make this happen. So I am going to warp to, I have like a boss's warp. I'm going to warp to Lava Piranha. And so right now, my badge loadout is I have Double Dip, which you can buy from the badge shop in Toad Town. Like in a Chapter 5 state, like that is available. You can buy that. And I am going to just make sure I don't die. Okay. And so we are going to actually fight Lava Piranha. Something oh no, I did do that. We're going to fight Lava Piranha normally, sort of. We'll start it normally at least.
Okay. I'm so curious.
So another thing that I did beforehand is I got some egg missiles. So an egg missile is an item. I think it's an egg and a fire flower, and you give those to Tasty. And so like this is after chapter 4. You can get the cookbook. She can cook 2 things at once, and so that makes an egg missile, which is an attack item. And if I use it on Lava Piranha, it's fine. It works. It does 6 damage. Cool. But if I wait, I'll go ahead and wait until my next turn. So for some reason, and I think it's some kind of, there are some people who actually know the specifics. I think it's some kind of animation thing. If I use Double Dip, and for my first item, it actually is completely fine if I use it for the second item. But if I use Double Dip, and for the first item, I use an egg missile, the game crashes. I think it's some weird thing where Lava Piranha like doesn't have the proper, like if you noticed on the first one, he didn't really react to being hit. I think it's something to do with that. I don't know the specifics on why Double Dip screws it up. I don't know. I've had it explained to me and it still was like kind of confusing. But yeah.
Well, the estimate's totally normal still. It's good.
Totally normal. Yeah, this is
very normal.
Fine.
Oh my god!
Oh god, no, I need to open it and actually look at this.
I'm sure there will be a screenshot.
Oh my god, I just saw it.
Totally normal.
Oh, that's so good. Totally normal.
There goes the game.
But yeah, that's pretty much everything that I had planned.